आणि आम्ही काय काय पूर्ण केलं अशा प्रकारचा रिपोर्ट देखील आम्ही आपल्या समोर ठेवू. खूप खूप धन्यवाद.
In the end, we'll also be giving a report which will talk about what was included in the Sankalpa Patra and what was achieved by the end of it.
या स्वरूपात हे संकल्प पत्र आहे आणि त्याच्या विमोचनासाठी आज आपल्यामध्ये आदरणीय अमित भाई शाह उपस्थित आहेत. ही अतिशय आनंदाची गोष्ट आहे. ती याकरता की अमित भाईंचं आणि महाराष्ट्राचं एक वेगळं नातं आहे. नातं म्हटल्यानंतर आपल्याला असंच वाटेल की ते महाराष्ट्राचे जावई आहेत. ही गोष्ट आपल्याला मी सांगेन, पण केवळ ते कारण नाही.
Right, the BJP, they're releasing its manifesto for Maharashtra ahead of the assembly elections. They've made several promises. Interesting to note that, remember, the Congress had made such promises as well. The main focus, of course, being women empowerment and farmers. Now, they have said that several loans for farmers would be waived off under the new manifesto. They've also made promises, interestingly, in fields such as AI as well as robotics. They've said that they aim to make Maharashtra a hub of fintech, of AI. They're going to be creating several labs as well. Let's quickly listen into what the Home Minister had to say.
आज के कार्यक्रम में मंच पर उपस्थित महाराष्ट्र भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्रीमान बावनकुळे जी, भाजपा के वरिष्ठ नेता और हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, मोदी जी की मंत्रिपरिषद में मेरे साथी पीयूष गोयल जी, राव साहब दानवे पाटिल जी, मुंबई भाजपा के अध्यक्ष श्री आशीष शेलार जी, आज जिस संकल्प पत्र पर हम बात करने के लिए एकत्रित आए हैं, ये बनाने की समिति के हमारे अध्यक्ष श्री मुनगंटीवार जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े जी, विनय सहस्त्रबुद्धे जी और आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी पत्रकार छायाकार बंधु भगिनी, आप सभी का मैं मन से स्वागत करता हूं. आज यहाँ पर अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका, सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है. महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है. एक जमाने में जब जरूरत थी तब भक्ति आंदोलन की शुरुआत भी महाराष्ट्र से हुई. जब जरूरत पड़ी तब गुलामी से मुक्ति का आंदोलन भी शिवाजी महाराज ने यही भूमि से किया और जब जरूरत पड़ी तब सामाजिक क्रांति की शुरुआत भी यही महाराष्ट्र ने की. और ये महाराष्ट्र की पूरी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब आज हमारे इस संकल्प पत्र के अंदर दिखाई पड़ता है. आज यहाँ पर मैं आप सबके सामने उपस्थित हूं. इस वक्त हमारे एनडीए की जो सरकार, महायुति की सरकार चल रही है, उसने किसानों का सम्मान करने की बात की है, गरीबों का कल्याण करने को जमीन पर उतारने का काम किया है, महिलाओं का स्वाभिमान बढ़ाने के लिए हम योजनाएं लेके आए हैं और विरासतों का पुनरुत्थान करने का काम भी महायुति सरकार ने किया है. मित्रों, आज मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि जब मैं अंबेडकर जी की भूमि पर खड़ा हूं, तब अभी अभी कश्मीर में जो चुनाव हुआ, आजादी के बाद पहली बार कश्मीर का चुनाव के बाद मुख्यमंत्री का शपथ अंबेडकर जी ने बताए हुए संविधान से हुआ है. इससे बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि अंबेडकर जी की वो नहीं हो सकती. धारा 370 हटने के बाद पहली बार कश्मीर में भारत के संविधान की शपथ लेकर सरकार बनाने का काम हुआ और इसका पूरे देश को आज नाज है. हमने इस संकल्प पत्र के माध्यम से महापुरुषों की परंपराओं को, सांस्कृतिक विरासत को आगे बढ़ाने के संकल्प भी रखे हैं. अराजकता फैलाकर विकास के नाम पर विफल राज देने वालों की विफलताओं से बोध लेते हुए मजबूत, समृद्ध और सुरक्षित महाराष्ट्र कैसे हो, इसका भी इसके अंदर आपको योजना दिखाई पड़ेगी। आज चुनाव में हमारा मुकाबला अघाड़ी से है। मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली विचारधारा है। मित्रों, मुझे गत चुनाव का परिणाम याद है। आज मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता के सामने कहने आया हूं कि आप लगातार तीसरी बार महायुति की सरकार को आपका मैंडेट दीजिए। पहली बार 2014 में महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने महायुति को मैंडेट दिया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में महायुति की सरकार बनी। 19 में भी मैंडेट भारतीय जनता पार्टी और महायुति के लिए था, मगर जनादेश का द्रोह कर कर सत्ता की लालच में वो जनादेश को नकारा गया और अंतोतगत्वा जो कृत्रिम होता है, जो बनावटी होता है, वो लंबा टिकता नहीं है। वो सरकार गिरी और फिर से महायुति की सरकार बनी। महायुति एक मुश्त होकर, एकजुट होकर मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सिद्धांतों के आधार पर महाराष्ट्र का कल्याण करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। और अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का जो लोग दावा कर रहे हैं, उनका चुनाव अभियान भी आंतरिक विरोधाभासों से घिरा हुआ है। मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए 2 अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब संकल्प लेकर आती है, संकल्प पत्र लेकर आती है, हमारे संकल्प पत्थर पर की लकीर होती और पूरे देश ने देखा है, चाहे राज्य हो, केंद्र हो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार, एनडीए की सरकार, महायुति की सरकार जब जब बनी, हमारे संकल्पों को सिद्धि में परिवर्तित करने का काम हमने प्रयास पूर्वक किया। कोई नहीं मानता था कि धारा 370 का वादा समाप्त हो जाएगा, इस देश से धारा 370 चली जाएगी, मगर आज धारा 370 को समाप्त करने का काम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए सरकार ने किया। कोई नहीं मानता था इस देश में सीएए आएगा, कोई नहीं मानता था इस देश में यूसीसी की शुरुआत हो सकती है, कोई नहीं मानता था कि इस देश के अंदर ट्रिपल तलाक समाप्त हो जाएगा, कोई नहीं मानता था इस देश में राम जन्मभूमि का मंदिर 550 साल के बाद सम्मान के साथ राम जन्म के स्थान पर ही भव्य मंदिर दिखाई पड़ेगा। इसके साथ साथ हमने वादा किया था समृद्ध भारत का। 11वें अर्थतंत्र से हमने 10 साल के अंदर ही देश के अर्थतंत्र को 5वें नंबर पर पहुंचा है और हमारा वादा है कि 27 में हम भारत को 3रे नंबर का अर्थतंत्र बनाएंगे। इस वादे की ओर हम तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। 60 करोड़ गरीबों को घर, बिजली, गैस, शौचालय, पीने का पानी, मुफ्त अनाज और मुफ्त इलाज, ये देने का काम भी हमने किया है। और दूसरी ओर अघाड़ी है, कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष ने भी कहना पड़ता है कि कांग्रेस के जब वादा करे तो सोच समझ कर करे, क्योंकि वादा पूरा नहीं करते हो और मुझे जवाब देना पड़ता है। हमारे सामने हिमाचल का उदाहरण है, कांग्रेस वादों से मुकरी है। तेलंगाना का उदाहरण है, कांग्रेस वादों से मुकरी है। कर्नाटक का उदाहरण है, कांग्रेस वादों से मुकरी है। ये अघाड़ी के वादों के विश्वसनीयता पाताल से नीचे गई है और युति के वादों पर पूरे देश की जनता को भरोसा है, भारत की जनता को भी भरोसा है। और इंतहा तो तब होती है कि जिस संविधान की प्रति को लेकर राहुल जी संसद में संसद सदस्य की शपथ लिए, जिस संविधान को लहराकर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के संकल्पों की याद दिलाई, जब किसी प्रेस के मित्र ने वो संविधान की प्रति को खोल कर देखा तो पूरा कोरा था, एक अक्षर भी नहीं लिखा। इससे बड़ा अपमान भारत के संविधान का भारत की 76 साल की आजादी में कभी नहीं हुआ। न केवल ये भारत के संविधान की अपमान है, भारत की संविधान सभा और बाबा साहेब आम्बेडकर का भी अपमान करने का काम एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया। और अभी अभी मैंने अखबारों में देखा, दस्तावेज भी देखा है, उलेमाओं की कॉन्फ्रेंस ने, उलेमाओं की एक संस्था ने मांग की कि माइनॉरिटी को आरक्षण दिया जाए और कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष नाना पटोले जी ने इस मांग को स्वीकार करने का पत्र, एक्नॉलेजमेंट एक दिया है। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी के ये मंसूबे के साथ आप सहमत हैं क्या? एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी, दलितों का, आदिवासियों का और पिछड़ों का आरक्षण लेकर मुस्लिमों को देने के पक्ष में महाराष्ट्र की जनता है क्या? हमारा संविधान धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण के पक्ष में नहीं। हमारे संविधान में किसी भी प्रकार का आरक्षण धर्म के आधार पर नहीं हो। और ये कांग्रेस ने सत्ता में आने से पहले ही वादा कर दिया है। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को आगाह करना चाहता हूं कि आपको इस बात को संज्ञान में रखना चाहिए। मैं आज उद्धव ठाकरे को भी कुछ याद कराने आया हूं। उद्धव जी, आप कहां बैठिएगा इसका फैसला आपको ही करना है, हम नहीं कर सकते। आपको ही करना चाहिए, आपने ही करा है, मगर कहां बैठे हो वो जगह मैं जरूर याद कराना चाहता हूं। आप 370 हटाने के विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, आप राम जन्मभूमि के निर्माण का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, आप सावरकर जी के लिए अपशब्द कहने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, आप संभाजी नगर नाम का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, सीएए और यूसीसी लाने का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो, और आप वक्फ बोर्ड के अंदर आने वाले सुधारों के बिल का विरोध करने वालों के साथ बैठे हो। मित्रों, मैं आज इस प्रेस वार्ता के माध्यम से महाराष्ट्र की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी वक्फ बोर्ड में सुधार का एक बिल लेकर संसद में आए हैं, और अभी अभी जो वक्फ बोर्ड का कानून जो कांग्रेस के राज में 2013 में अमेंड हुआ, इसका परिणाम दिखे। कर्नाटक के गांव वक्फ के कानून के तहत वक्फ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दी। किसानों की भूमि, लोगों के घर, यहां तक कि मंदिर भी वक्फ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दिए गए। और उस कानून को उचित बदलाव के लिए जब हम लेकर आए हैं तो उसका भी ये अघाड़ी के लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि वक्फ के कानून के बदलाव का विरोध का मतलब है कि आने वाले दिनों में यहां पर भी वक्फ बोर्ड आपकी संपत्तियों को इसी प्रकार से घोषित कर सकता है। मित्रों, देवेंद्र जी ने संकल्प पत्र की प्रमुख बातें बताई हैं, परंतु मैं इतना बताना चाहता हूं कि डबल इंजन की सरकार ने करीब करीब 10 साल के अंदर महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए ढेर सारे काम किए हैं। आज मैं इस मंच से शरद पवार जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, 10 साल तक आप यूपीए की सरकार में मंत्री थे, 2004 से 14 महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए क्या किया वो महाराष्ट्र की जनता को आपको बताना चाहिए। 10 साल में यूपीए की सरकार ने, एक प्रकार से अघाड़ी की सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र को सिर्फ 1,91,000 384 करोड़ रुपया और नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने 14 से 24 तक 10,15,890 करोड़ रुपया दिया। एक और करीब करीब 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया और मोदी जी ने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया। मैं अघाड़ी के मित्र को पूछना चाहता हूं, आपका हिसाब आप महाराष्ट्र की जनता के सामने रखेंगे क्या? 10 साल तक महाराष्ट्र को कितना अन्याय हुआ, जबकि उस वक्त भी ऊपर और नीचे दोनों जगह आपकी सरकार थी। और 10 साल में हमने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया दिया, जब दोनों जगह एनडीए की सरकार थी। ये अंतर है महायुति और अघाड़ी के बीच में। हमने सिंचाई नेटवर्क को नीलवड़े बांध, गोसीखुर्द, टेम्बू और जलयुक्त शिवार जो देवेंद्र जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे तब योजना लाए थे, इससे महाराष्ट्र की भूमि को सिंचन क्षेत्र के अंदर 30% की बढ़ोतरी करने का काम हमारी यूपी सरकार ने किया। नदियों को जोड़ने के हेतु नारपार, दमनगंगा, गोदावरी और वैतरणा का विकास करने का काम भी हमने किया। 11 वंदे भारत ट्रेन चालू हो गई। 128 रेलवे स्टेशनों का अपग्रेडेशन हो रहा है। मुंबई, पुणे और नागपुर में मेट्रो का विस्तार हुआ। शिरडी और सिंगदुर्ग में नए हवाई अड्डे और टर्मिनल बने। 13,000 करोड़ से मरीन ड्राइव से बांद्रा वर्ली से सीलिंग जोड़ने वाले मुंबई कोस्टल रोड का निर्माण पूरा हुआ। वासी पुल का विस्तारीकरण हुआ। मेट्रो फेज 1 का निर्माण समाप्त हुआ। अटल सेतु ट्रांस हार्बर लिंक का निर्माण हुआ और 76,000 करोड़ से वाधवान बंदरगाह का निर्माण का सैद्धांतिक निर्णय दिया गया, जो एशिया का सबसे बड़ा बंदरगाह होगा और सबसे ज्यादा कंटेनर उतारने की और चढ़ाने की आवागमन की क्षमता इसकी होगी। और बैनगंगा नलगंगा इंटरलिंक परियोजना, घोसी खुर्द परियोजना जो लगभग 63 टीएमसी पानी को मोड़कर विदर्भ में नागपुर, वर्धा, अमरावती, यवतमाल, अकोला और बुलढाणा जिले के 3,71,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि को सिंचित करने का काम करेगी। इससे विदर्भ की प्यासी धरती को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है और ये 85,000 करोड़ की योजना अगले 10 साल में हम इसको पूरी करेंगे। 2200 करोड़ से खड़कवासला बांध से फुरसुंगी तक 34 किलोमीटर सुरंग बनाकर हमने एक बड़ा साहस करने का निर्णय किया है। 24 में सोलापुर हवाई अड्डे का उद्घाटन हुआ। पुणे और कोल्हापुर में नए टर्मिनल बने और पालघर जिले में बहुउद्देशीय बंदरगाह बनाने का भी हमने निर्णय किया। 13,000 करोड़ के निवेश से 2800 मेगावाट की संयुक्त क्षमता वाले 2 पंप हाइड्रो स्टोरेज प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हमने किए और सिरवाटा पुणे 1800 मेगावाट और भीवपुरी रायगढ़ में 1000 मेगावाट की योजनाओं को भी हम लेकर आए। इसके अलावे आज एक प्रचार हो रहा है कि महाराष्ट्र में इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं आ रहा है। मैं अघाड़ी के मित्रों को याद कराना चाहता हूं, जब अघाड़ी की सरकार कुछ समय के लिए चली तब महाराष्ट्र इन्वेस्टमेंट में फिसल रहा था। महाराष्ट्र एफडीआई इन्वेस्टमेंट में 4थे नंबर तक फिसल गया था। हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद, एकनाथ शिंदे जी और देवेंद्र जी और अजित दादा की सरकार बनने के बाद दोनों वर्ष में हाईएस्ट एफडीआई अगर कोई एक राज्य के अंदर आया है तो वो महाराष्ट्र में आया है। वो आपको याद होना चाहिए। शरद पवार जी जिस प्रकार के वादे करते हैं और जिस प्रकार के मुद्दे खड़े करते हैं, इसका सच्चाई से किलोमीटरों तक कोई संबंध नहीं होता। झूठे आरोप कर कर, एक विमर्श खड़ा कर कर, एक नकली जनादेश लेने का आपका जो आदत है वो इस बार सफल नहीं होने वाला है। इस बार महाराष्ट्र की जनता महायुति के पक्ष में खड़ी है। मित्रों, संकल्प पत्र लेकर जो हम आए हैं, वो संकल्प पत्र में देवेंद्र जी ने 25 मुद्दे प्रमुख मुद्दे आप लोगों के सामने रखे हैं। लाडली बहन योजना, इसको हम बढ़ोतरी कर रहे हैं। वृद्धावस्था पेंशन का बढ़ोतरी कर रहे हैं। किसानों के लिए ऋण माफी और किसान सम्मान निधि को 12,000 से बढ़ाकर 15,000 कर रहे हैं। मूल्य स्थिरीकरण कोष के माध्यम से हम महंगाई को काबू करेंगे और 10 लाख प्रतिभावान छात्रों को मासिक 10,000 का मानदेय उनके आगे के अवसर के लिए देंगे। 45,000 गांवों में रास्ते बनाने का काम किया जाएगा। आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं का बीमा कवरेज भी किया जाएगा और उनका मासिक वेतन 15,000 तक बढ़ाया जाएगा। वीज बिल में 30% कपात सौर ऊर्जा और अक्षय ऊर्जा पर से भर दिया जाएगा और 2028 तक महाराष्ट्र की इकोनॉमी को $1 ट्रिलियन की अर्थव्यवस्था करने का लक्ष्य हमारी यूटी सरकार ने रखा है। मैं विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को कि $5 ट्रिलियन का जो मोदी जी ने लक्ष्य रखा है, इसकी पूर्ति महाराष्ट्र के $1 ट्रिलियन के इकोनॉमी के लक्ष्य से होने वाले ही। मेक इन महाराष्ट्र नीति के तहत भारत के प्रमुख उत्पादक राज्य के रूप में महाराष्ट्र को हम प्रस्तापित करेंगे। देश का पहला समर्पित AI विश्वविद्यालय, उसकी स्थापना की जाएगी। नागपुर, पुणे, संभाजीनगर, अहिल्यानगर, नासिक को आधुनिक एरोनॉटिकल और स्पेस उत्पादन के केंद्र बनाए जाएंगे और किसानों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए ढेर सारे उपाय भी हम लेकर आए हैं, जिसमें उर्वरकों पर SGST में से छूट और जो SGST है वो सब्सिडी के रूप में वापस दिया जाएगा। सोयाबीन के लिए प्रति क्विंटल 6,000 का MSP हम सुनिश्चित करेंगे और सोयाबीन को प्रोसेसिंग के लिए समर्पित मूल्य श्रृंखला सोयाबीन उत्पादित करने वाले क्षेत्रों के अंदर स्थापित की जाएगी। मोदी जी ने लखपति दीदी का एक कंसेप्ट रखा है, उसको आगे बढ़ाते हुए हमारी सरकार 50 लाख लखपति दीदियां सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में खड़ी करेगी। इसके लिए 500 स्वयं सहायता समूहों को और कई औद्योगिक क्लस्टर का निर्माण किया जाएगा और इसके लिए 1,000 करोड़ का रिवॉल्विंग फंड दिया जाएगा। अक्षय अन्न योजना के तहत प्रति माह मुफ्त राशन में चावल, ज्वार, मूंगफली, तेल, नमक, हल्दी, सरसों, जीरा और मसाले, इस सबको समाहित किया जाएगा और कौशल जनगणना का देश में सबसे पहला प्रयोग हम महाराष्ट्र में करेंगे। स्किल की जनगणना कर जिस युवाओं के अंदर स्किल है, टैलेंट है, उनको उचित जगह पे उनको प्लेसमेंट कराने के लिए एक नई मशीनरी हम खड़े करेंगे। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज आकांक्षा केंद्र, जिससे 10 लाख नए उद्यमियों का निर्माण होगा। अनुसूचित जातियों, जनजातियों, पिछड़े वर्ग के उद्यमियों के व्यवसाय के लिए 15 लाख तक के ब्याज मुक्त ऋण और इसकी गारंटी भी महाराष्ट्र सरकार लेगी। और OBC, SC, BC, EWS, NT और VJNT के पात्र विद्यार्थियों को शिक्षा शुल्क और परीक्षा शुल्क से पूर्णतया मुक्ति दे दी जाएगी। महाराष्ट्र में कई प्राचीन और ऐतिहासिक किले हैं जो राज्य के गौरव के प्रतीक है, एक महान संघर्ष के प्रतीक है और एक किला विकास प्राधिकरण बनाकर हम इसके संरक्षण और संवर्धन की भी नीति लेकर आएंगे और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के लिए प्राथमिकता नीति अपनाई जाएगी, जिसमें आधार सक्षम सेवा वितरण को लागू किया जाएगा। जबरन और धोखाधड़ी से और लोभ से धर्मांतरण के खिलाफ कठोर कानून लाया जाएगा और कृषि और मानव बस्ती के क्षेत्रों में पशुओं से क्रॉप का जो हानि होता है उसको रोकने के लिए AI, ड्रोन और रेडियो कॉलर जैसी आधुनिक तकनीक का उपयोग किया जाएगा। भाई और बहनों, इस संकल्प पत्र महाराष्ट्र के हर वर्ग के, हर भौगोलिक क्षेत्र के और हर आयु वर्ग के, सामाजिक वर्ग के और आयु वर्ग के लोगों से सुझाव लेकर प्राप्त किया है, सुझाव प्राप्त कर कर बनाया गया है। ये एक प्रकार से समग्र महाराष्ट्र की जनता की आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिघोष है। और मैं फिर से एक बार कहना चाहता हूं, महाराष्ट्र में जब जब युति की सरकार आती है, भाजपा के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनती है, महाराष्ट्र आगे बढ़ता हुआ दिखाई पड़ता है। और जब जब अघाड़ी की सरकार आती है, तब तब महाराष्ट्र में केवल और केवल राजनीति होती है। महाराष्ट्र के युवाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, महाराष्ट्र को राष्ट्र का, देश का प्रमुख राज्य बनाने के लिए और हर क्षेत्र में देश में महाराष्ट्र को सर्वप्रथम बनाने के लिए मैं अपील करने आया हूं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को कि आप मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में महायुति का साथ दीजिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, शिवसेना और एनसीपी अजीत दादा को आप आपका समर्थन दीजिए। कमल फूल, धनुष बाण और घड़ी पर अपना कीमती वोट देकर महाराष्ट्र के विकास में आप सहभागी बनिए। यही मेरी महाराष्ट्र की जनता से प्रार्थना है। धन्यवाद। वंदे मातरम।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Home Minister Amit Shah releases BJP Manifesto in Maharashtra, slams Congress and Mahavikas Aghadi over quota and failed promises. Prime Minister Modi to address rally in Bokaro in Jharkhand ahead of the elections. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge to release MDA's manifesto for the upcoming elections after Congress already released its manifesto. Delhi and Mumbai grapple with toxic air as air quality index falls further.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही.
त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
आंसर कौन सी वाली होती है? Well, don't stress. I'll give you pretty easy answer. And guys, जो सबसे important wealth है, it is our own health. That's the reason we say health is wealth. अब देखो, मैं philosophical reasons में नहीं जाऊंगा कि अच्छी health से क्या फायदा हो सकता है और कैसे हम wealth बना सकते हैं वगैरह वगैरह. But the simple thing is that our health is very important to all of us. And guys, इसी के लिए sometimes just to keep ourselves in good running condition, we go to hospitals for different checkups, for some treatments, and वहाँ पे we have numerous different machines, कुछ नए नए medical equipments. मजे की बात, everything has some bit of tech involved in them. Guys, my name is Gaurav aka TG. You are watching your favorite show Tech with TG. तो जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. Now friends, as I said in today's episode, the idea is to talk about medical equipment. आपने अक्सर सुना होगा about, let's say, ECG. अब ECG क्या है? How does it work? What exactly does it measure? There's lot more to learn. Let's go behind the scenes and learn more while we discuss about these medical equipments.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Ashish Chaudhary. I am the Managing Director of Akash Healthcare Super Speciality Hospital, New Delhi, Dwarka. I'm also heading the Department of Orthopedics at the same facility. Today I'm going to talk about what medical equipment or the science and technology has a role to play in transformation of the healthcare delivery in India. Starting from way back in 1980s, 90s, when it was in a very primitive form and the medical equipment and technology has not entered into the healthcare space in such a big way, most of the work was done manually. Most of the surgeries or the treatment were done in a basic open manner where not much of technology was used. I still clearly remember when I did my first surgery way back in 2004, I clearly remember the kind of instruments which I was using, especially related to orthopedic surgery. In fact, we were using all manual drills to actually fix the fractures and do some joint replacement and other procedures. And those were so primitive that a procedure which now takes hardly 15 minutes, we used to take almost two hours plus to actually do that surgery, and that too with a bigger incision, more morbidity and problems to the patient, complications after the surgery. And from that particular era to today, where we see robotics coming into play, almost entering every operating room, augmented reality solutions, AI and machine learning applications, and there are hordes of software applications which are making the life of surgeons, doctors, physicians much easier, and so that they can take the right decision for the patient's treatment, and also at a very fast pace. Talking about few technologies, robotics scores very high in today's time, where not only the orthopedic surgeries like joint replacements are being done through robot, but surgeries, complex surgeries like Whipple's procedures, the weight reduction surgeries like bariatrics procedures, head and neck cancers, and many such procedures are being done through a soft tissue robot which has been there for almost like more than a decade. It's called Da Vinci robot. So robotics, without doubt, has taken a big place in every healthcare system, and it's proving great results for patients and bigger satisfaction index. And at the end of the surgery, surgeon feels much more accomplished and he feels he has done a good job. Apart from that, if we talk about cardiology, the machines like RotaPro, RotaAblation, and a special cath lab system which is called a biplanar cath lab system has proven great merit over the conventional systems, wherein we get a three-dimensional view of the entire cardiac problems, and the intervention cardiologist is able to carry out the procedure with minimum amount of complication and drug usage and maximum benefit to the patients. Very recently, we have seen the use of 3D printing coming big way in many specialties, majorly orthopedics, neurosurgery, pediatric cardiac surgery, where the surgeons find they land up in a difficult spot in a complex case where they are not able to operate or find a right solution because there are no standard implant, no standard procedure available. So before going for the surgery, they really want to witness how the problem is going to be when they open. So for that, 3D printing has come very handy for all those complex cases where we can do a simulation surgery or I would say a virtual surgery outside the operating room, prepare our mind, prepare our hands and the thought process very clearly before we actually go ahead and do the operation. So this becomes very critical for a pediatric cardiac surgeon, where the small heart is having a defect, and once they open, they are always racing against the time. But if they are prepared well before the operation, so the time wasted in deciding at the last moment, at the critical moment, becomes very less, hence leading to a better outcomes of the small babies suffering from congenital heart diseases. Likewise, in our orthopedics, we do a complex spine procedure like a scoliosis procedure, which almost can take 6 to 8 hours. And there is a great risk of radiation exposure, not only to the patient, but also to the surgeon and the assistant team. With the use of 3D printed surgical jigs and technology, we are able to cut down the surgical time by almost half. We are able to provide very accurate jig system, which can help us complete the surgery, put the implant in a very precise manner without causing any complication or harm to the patient. So likewise, many such specialties, endoscopies, arthroscopies. So there are multiple technologies which have found place in various specialties. You talk about gastroenterology, we have got endoscopes, colonoscopes. Almost every part of the gut now can be viewed as an office procedure, where you are sitting in your office, you want to check the upper GI system or you want to check the lower GI system. Within 10 minutes, you can prepare the patient and go and put the scope, and you can see on a big screen what is the problem. You can take a biopsy, you can do a treatment there, and patient can go back home within no time. And similarly, you talk about neurosurgery, we are able to do awake brain procedures. That's a very recent advancement in last few years. When we are doing brain tumors, we are operating, we don't know whether we are damaging the normal tissue. For that, we have an option to keep the patient awake, keep talking to the patient, and while the neurosurgeon is operating on the tumor. If we are touching any normal tissue, immediately we get to know with the patient's response, and thus while the patient is awake, he is getting the complete brain tumor surgery done and without any complication being delivered to the patient.
ब्रेक के बाद हम और डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे कुछ और इंटरेस्टिंग मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट्स के बारे में और जानेंगे कि आखिर वो काम कैसे करते हैं. एवरीथिंग कमिंग योर वे राइट आफ्टर दिस शॉर्ट ब्रेक.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक आफ्टर द ब्रेक टू योर फेवरेट टेक शो. इट्स टेक विद टीजी एंड ये एक ऐसा शो है जहां पे हम हमेशा कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में इंटरेस्टिंग बातें डिस्कस करते हैं. मतलब चाहे वो बहुत ही सिंपल हो या बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स, आवर आइडिया इज टू जस्ट गो बिहाइंड द सीन्स एंड लर्न मोर अबाउट द टेक्नोलॉजी. और ब्रेक से पहले हमने ऐसी कुछ चीज़ों के बारे में बात करी. अगर आपको लग रहा है कि लिस्ट खत्म हो गई है, नो, इट्स नॉट ओवर येट. लेट्स कंटिन्यू द जर्नी एंड लर्न मोर अबाउट दीज मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट्स एंड अंडरस्टैंड what runs behind the scenes और ये आखिर काम कैसे करते हैं.
One very important thing which I would like to talk about is the Da Vinci robot, which in a larger sense it's called a soft tissue robot. Now this robot has the capability to enter into any cavity across the body and try and give that kind of access to the surgeon which a normal laparoscopy or an open procedure cannot do. So you talk about starting from the head and neck, where difficult lesions in the pharynx, behind the tongue, in the trachea or around the neck. This all area can be accessed easily with the Da Vinci robot. So all the tumors, all the infections, wherever it becomes very difficult to reach through the conventional methods, Da Vinci comes very handy for the oncologist and the head and neck surgeons. When we talk about cardiac surgery, so robotic procedures through Da Vinci, it can be done in a very small micro incision, wherein most of the young patients they suffer from congenital heart disease like ASD and VSD defects. There are multiple defects which unfortunately through a conventional method we have to give a complete separation of the chest. We do through a long incision in the center of the chest, whereas when we go use the Da Vinci robot and have the special instruments, we can just put two small incisions on the side of the chest wall and just go inside, repair the tissue of the heart and come out. So that gives a very good cosmetic result, and also because the incision is so less, the recovery is much faster. Then we come to the GI system, where you can have diseases like weight loss procedures, gallbladder surgeries, liver problems, pancreas problem, and sometimes the intestine problem where there is an obstruction or blockage. Robot has the capability, there's called multiple arms which can go inside, talk to each other, and surgeon is sitting far away on a console, and through a distance they can manage all the arms. And the arms, the fantastic part about these arms are that they can go into multiple 6-dimensional directions where a normal hand surgeon or a laparoscopy procedure will not be able to access. So that is the beauty of the Da Vinci robot, and that's why even with a small incision they can reach, far end of any part of the body, and that's how things become much easier for the procedure to be done by an experienced surgeon. Last but not the least, the area of prostate. Prostate surgery is becoming very common because prostate cancers, prostatitis, and so many urogenital issues are catching up in Indian scenario. So I feel that one of the very good indication for Da Vinci robot would be the surgeries related to the prostate problem, prostate cancer, and because of the small incision, because of the precision in the Da Vinci robot, we are able to carry out the procedure with minimum morbidity to the patient and best functional outcome. One very important thing with Da Vinci is that since the surgeon is sitting far away from the arms, away from the patient, this has the potential to operate even across the continents. I'm talking about telesurgery, where the surgeon only manage through a console, maybe sitting in USA, while the surgeon's surgery or the patient is there in an operating room thousands of kilometers away, and through that console the surgeon can guide the local surgeon here and get the surgery done and provide the same expertise across the border. So Da Vinci has not only improved the functional outcome, but it's going to be the future of all those complex procedures where one specialist can sit at his own location and can give advice, give support, and do a surgery right from his operating room, while the patients as far as 1,000 kilometers away, east or west of the globe, can get benefited through this technology and telesurgery. Let's talk about what is the future of this technology, how it's going to be seen 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, what will be the adaptability across the countries and the globe. I can only say that the technology is here to stay. With every passing decade, we are seeing better and better adoption, and also it's a survival of the fittest. We have seen so many applications, software as well as hardware, coming into the market, dealing with the patients, dealing with the healthcare professionals, or trying to bring outcome changes in the healthcare delivery, but only that particular application or that particular technology survives the test of time, which actually changes the patient's outcome, which actually improves the surgeon's experience during the procedure. So I'm not sure if every technology will be adopted equally, but I can say somebody who has done a complete due diligence of the gap which is present here, and then trying to fill up that gap with the right technology which can adapt well in the patient's, in the surgeon's hand, and bring about actual outcome change at the end of the day. So that's why it becomes extremely important to do the I would say the beta testing of the application or the hardware in a clinical scenario, and then see whether it is really making difference in patient's life or the outcomes of the procedure. That's why all the regulatory authorities, drug controllers, FDA, US FDA, all these agencies make sure that whatever is introduced into the market, whether it is a medical device or an equipment or an instrument or an implant, ultimately it has to be the first and foremost priority is that it should be safe for somebody who is getting the technology being used. So in fact, in today's time, software has also been equally treated like a medical equipment, because software drives the a particular hardware, and that hardware actually makes or breaks or changes the course of treatment in the patient's outcome. So in fact, time has changed. Not only anything which has to do with the patient outcome will be categorized as a medical equipment, whether it is a physical equipment or a device, or even if it's a software code which helps in running a particular hardware for the patient surgery, for the patient's outcome.
So friends, there you have it. मतलब आप खुद सोच के देखिए कि कितने सालों की मेहनत और नए इनोवेशंस के बाद में today what we have in our hospitals are kind of these machines जो कि एकदम state of the art हैं और काफ़ी एडवांस तरीके से काम करती हैं. कुछ के फंडामेंटल्स एकदम बेसिक हो सकते हैं, कुछ बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स हो सकती हैं, but I am sure after today's episode you now have a better idea about all these machines. Well guys, मैं आपसे मिलता हूँ अगले एपिसोड में with even more fun, even more interesting things to talk about the field of tech. Till then, if you have any feedback, any questions, any queries, if you just want to talk to me, you know the email address जो है tg@ndtv.com. I'm gonna see you next week एक और fresh episode के साथ में. फिलहाल इतना ही. Take care and have a good day.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah releases BJP's manifesto for the Maharashtra Assembly elections. He says that Sankalp Pe Siddhi is BJP's motto. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to address a rally in Bokaro as the battle for Jharkhand heats up. And after releasing the Congress's manifesto, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge is set to launch the Mahavikas Aghadi's manifesto for the upcoming Maharashtra elections. The air pollution situation in Delhi and NCR along with Mumbai worsens. Delhi and Mumbai grapple with toxic air. Veteran Tamil actor Delhi Ganesh passes away at the age of 80. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Osama Shah. There is a breaking news coming in at the top of this hour. There has been a crackdown in Jammu and Kashmir. This is the third encounter that we are talking about that has taken place in Jammu and Kashmir in the last 24 hours. Another encounter has broken out in Kishtwar, this after Sopore. Another encounter is taking place in Kishtwar as we speak. In Srinagar, there is another encounter that is taking place. One terrorist, remember, had been killed in Sopore. In that particular encounter, 2 to 3 terrorists, they are said to be trapped in that encounter. Meanwhile, another encounter that is underway in Kishtwar area, Keshwar area of Kishtwar at the moment. So third encounter in 24 hours, an encounter has broken out in Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir right now. And my colleague Nazir Masoodi joins us to get us more on this. Nazir, what are the details about this particular encounter now?
Well, as one encounter in Srinagar Zabarwan forest is underway, which is in the outskirts of Srinagar city, there are reports of another encounter in Kishtwar area, where a few days back there was two village defense guards were kidnapped and subsequently killed by militants. Since then, there was an operation underway. So this morning, security forces, army, paratroopers have finally been able to track down the attacker, but there has been a heavy gunfight. 2 to 3 security force personnel, army personnel are reportedly injured. Among them is reportedly one junior commissioned officer. So in this operation, paratroopers are being used, and a senior police officer said that they believe that one militant may have been killed, but unless the body is recovered, it cannot be confirmed. But they believe that one militant may have been killed in this gun battle so far. So a fierce encounter is going on in the high reach of mountains of Kishtwar, and also one encounter is going on, operation is going on in Zabarwan forest of Srinagar.
All right, Nazir Masoodi, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. So yet another encounter taking place in Jammu and Kashmir, this time in Keshwar area of Kishtwar. Remember, 2 security personnel have also been injured in that encounter. And the battle for Maharashtra is heating up, and ahead of the crucial elections, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he has released the BJP's manifesto, or the Sankalp Patra. This after Prime Minister's rallies, the Home Minister has released the manifesto. The Mahavikas Aghadi, in the meanwhile, is also gearing up to release the poll manifesto. There are some key important takeaways from that manifesto as far as that manifesto for the Maharashtra elections is concerned. The BJP's manifesto, it mentions about the agricultural loan waiver, the limit of Ladki Behani Yojana, which is another key promise by the BJP there. It will be increased to rupees 2,100 is what the Union Home Minister has said, and what is being mentioned in that Sankalp Patra. As far as the farmers are concerned, the cotton and soybean farmers, they have been mentioned in that Sankalp Patra. Old age pension scheme is another key point of that Sankalp Patra, the manifesto. The limit of that pension scheme will be increased from rupees 1,500 to 2,100 rupees. The Sankalp Patra also talks about employment generation. The Union Home Minister has promised 25 lakh employment generation in that manifesto. In fact, also announced to implement Bhavantar Yojana for the farmers. Now, the Union Home Minister, in fact, also attacked the Mahavikas Aghadi, saying that all the schemes of the Mahavikas Aghadi are based on appeasement for the greed of power. He also, in fact, said that the Mahavikas Aghadi insults the ideologies and betrays the culture of Maharashtra.
आमचे पहिले 10 मुद्दे हे जो आम्ही महायुतीचा 10 कलमी कार्यक्रम म्हणून घोषित केला तेच 10 मुद्दे आमचे असणार आहेत, ज्याच्यामध्ये लाडक्या बहिणींना पुढच्या काळामध्ये 1500च्या ऐवजी 2100 रुपये देण्याचा आमचा संकल्प आहे. शेतकऱ्यांची कर्जमाफी करण्याचा आमचा संकल्प आहे, कारण शेतकऱ्यांना आम्ही ऑलरेडी मोफत वीज दिलेली आहे.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए 2 अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है. और दूसरी ओर अघाड़ी है, कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष ने भी कहना पड़ता है कि कांग्रेस के जब वादा करे तो सोच समझ कर करे, क्योंकि वादा पूरा नहीं करते हो और मुझे जवाब देना पड़ता है. अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका, सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है. महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है. आज चुनाव में हमारा मुकाबला अघाड़ी से है. मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली विचारधारा है. और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून, जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आएंगे.
All right, we'll try and dissect that manifesto. What are the key points of that manifesto? With our political strategist Amit Tiwari in just a short bit from now. But I'm also currently joined by my colleague Anuj Raite there. Anuj, just break it down for us. What are the key highlights and key takeaways from that manifesto?
You know, a lot of the things that were mentioned in the BJP manifesto or Sankalpa Patra, as like what they like to call it, are on expected lines. But then there are certain crucial add-ons as well. You know, if you look at it broadly, one can see how they are trying to put an effort to make it a very farmer-friendly manifesto. You know, of course, they've talked about how they'll be waiving off loans in the, in the state, but they haven't given a number. Unlike the Congress, I'm present here at the Trident Hotel, where the MVA will be releasing their unified manifesto very soon, and they have announced that they will be waiving off as much as 3 lakh, loans up to 3 lakh rupees, but no such number has been given by the BJP. They've talked about how they'll be promoting solar energy and would be providing houses to, providing houses and employment opportunities to lower and lower middle class people. Another important point in this particular manifesto is we've seen that an indirect counter to a caste census has been provided by the Bharatiya Janata Party. While the Congress Party is talking about caste census across the state and across the country, the BJP has come with its counter called the skill census, where they're talking about how there will be an R&D done in different sectors here in the state, where they look at where does the state need to intervene, and to get more manpower in, and that is the census that they will be looking at, which is called the skill census according to them. Besides that, they also put forth a Vision 2029 for Maharashtra, where they are aiming to make Maharashtra a 1 trillion economy, and this economy will be spread across different ventures, across different fields here in the state. More importantly, while talking about jobs, Devendra Fadnavis very categorically specified that they will be looking to generate as many as 25 lakh jobs in the next 5 years. Besides that, they'll also be looking at increasing jobs in a few specific sectors, that is AI, robotics, aeronautics and space. Now, this is a venture that has not been touched by the state as of yet, at least here in Maharashtra. And that is what the Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to do. They believe that the manpower, or rather the quality of students that exists here in the schools and the colleges of Maharashtra can help them create not just several jobs in this particular regard, but can also help Maharashtra become an AI hub moving forward here in the country. These are the major pointers, that were mentioned here in the Bharatiya Janata Party Sankalpa Patra. Besides that, of course, there were mentions regarding the Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana amount being increased from 1,500 rupees to 2,100 rupees. The old pension scheme, old pension amount increased from 1,500 rupees to 2,100 rupees again. But as I said before, they've talked about waiving of loans for the farmers, but they haven't given a number here. What loans or loans up to what amount will be waived off by that government? Now, I'm here at the MVA press conference where they've also, come up with their manifesto, and their manifesto will be detailed out in a short while.
Right, Anuj, stay with us. We are also joined by Amit Tiwari, political strategist there. So, welcome to NDTV. As apart from all the key promises that the BJP has made in that Sankalp Patra, in that manifesto, two key takeaways from what the Union Home Minister there said. One is the Maratha pride factor, and the other one is the caste and reservation factor. How do you see those two factors work for the BJP and the Mahavikas Aghadi in these elections, and the Union Home Minister's attack on the Mahavikas Aghadi on those lines?
No, essentially you see that the Maratha agitation factor did play a very big role in the Lok Sabha elections. However, this time Manoj Jarange Patil has decided not to back any political party in the elections. This has also led to some sort of a counter consolidation of the OBCs. If you see the promise of farm loan waiver by the Mahyuti is also to counter the farm loan waiver promise or the expected promise from the Mahavikas Aghadi, which is going to happen in some time now. See, on the caste census pitch, it is difficult for any state government to do a caste census. They can do a caste survey, but we've seen in the past that even where Congress is in power in states like Karnataka, they have done a caste survey, but they have not released the results yet. So what happens is that whenever you make some manifesto promise, people see the track record of those promises. And the problem with the Congress when it makes such promises is that it does not have a track record to show, neither of any model state, which Prime Minister Modi had when he came to the national scene in 2014, nor they have been able to implement this caste census thing in any of the states where they are in power. So that somehow limits the impact of those schemes.
Right. Having said that, Amitabh Tiwari, what can be the counter narrative here from the Mahavikas Aghadi? Because they are also going to come up with their manifesto in just a short while from now. What do you think is going to be the counter narrative there?
No, see, essentially, most of the alliances are going to focus on three vote blocks, which is Mahila, Kisan, and Yuva. Now, for Mahila, there is already a scheme of 1500 rupees per month, 2.34 crore beneficiaries. By the way, that amounts to 80,000 female voters per seat. Now, MVA is likely to announce a bigger cash toll. But again, what happens is that a cash in hand is much more valuable than a promise of cash in hand, because future is always uncertain. That's number one. So they might announce a higher amount, but how much impact it will have is very difficult to say, because this had a significant impact in Madhya Pradesh, where Congress was favored to win, but this one scheme which was implemented, because this scheme is already in implementation, it's not a promise. The promise is just for the increase in amount. So they could counter it by a higher amount, but that may not have significant resonance. That's number one. Number two, if you see this betrayal factor that BJP has broken regional parties, is largely getting traction from the senior citizens, wherein the Mahyuti again has promised an increase in pensions. This again will be countered with a similar increase in pensions from the MVA side. They could again largely focus on this social welfare and this caste census pitch. However, it is tricky here because unlike other states, if you promise reservation to Marathas within the existing fold, that is likely to come at the cost of OBCs, which again could create contradictions in the social bloc or alliance which they are trying to create. Yes, in backward regions like Vidarbha, Marathwada and North Maharashtra, where agriculture distress, rural distress is key, they are likely to come up with a much higher amount of farm loan waiver, which could appeal to a section of voters in these three regions.
All right, Amitabh Tiwari, thank you very much for speaking with us and explaining everything in detail. And thank you, Anuj, for getting us all the latest from Maharashtra there. Meanwhile, a powerful explosion struck the Telangana Spice Kitchen, a well-known restaurant on road number 1 in Hyderabad's Jubilee Hill early Sunday morning. And the blast it is suspected to be caused because of explosion of refrigerator's compressor. That blast sent shockwaves through the area, scattering debris and causing widespread alarm among the residents. So a massive explosion has taken place in Hyderabad. One person has been injured in that blast at this popular restaurant. This restaurant is based out of Jubilee Hills in Hyderabad, and this blast, as we understand at this moment, is likely to have taken place due to compressor explosion there. And my colleague Uma Sudhir joins us to get us more on this. Uma, what are the details about this incident?
So the explosion occurred in the early hours. So it's not the restaurant, people in the restaurant who have got injured. What happens is that right next to the restaurant, there is a basti called the Durga Bhavani Nagar Basti, and therefore a lot of, temporary kind of sheds and hutments are there in that area where people are living. And the impact of the explosion was such that the electric poles in the area were knocked down. There are, palm trees that have been also, knocked down because of the impact of the blast, and therefore there is also thatched houses that were just below, and those houses is the one that suffered the damage, and that is where one woman has sustained injuries after the explosion that happened. So the area DCP and the ACP went to the spot just to find out if there is more to it than the technical fault of a compressor blast. As of now, it does appear that there was some issue in the refrigerator because of which the compressor has exploded, causing this kind of an impact and the damage that has happened in the nearby area. Back to you.
All right, Uma Sudhir, thank you very much for getting us the latest in that story. But the national capital has been reeling under heavy pollution for the last few days, with the AQI crossing 375. The pollution levels in the national capital saw a spike during the Chhath Puja as well, while CAQM, it has urged for stronger GRAP action. The Delhi government, it is going to hire 3 mist spray drones to combat dust pollution in hotspot areas as well as gather real-time data on major pollutants. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, the air quality also continues to worsen.
You're saying there has been a surge in cases, pollution-related illnesses in the recent past?
Yeah, definitely. And so there are three things which I'm seeing, like, is one is like a lot of healthy people are coming with like a what we call a smoker's cough. Like we see when the the person has been smoking for years, and they start developing some cough and some these problems every winter. So this is what we are seeing in healthy people. Then in those who have some disease, they are having problems or worsening of their current problems in spite of being well controlled with the medications.
So this is called smoker's cough because right now the air is such, it's like breathing 15 to 20 cigarettes a day.
Yeah, something like that you can say, because see, this is what is worrisome, because the smoking doesn't affect one person immediately. Okay, like if somebody starts smoking at 20 years of age, he doesn't develop something till 40 years of age. So we see our colleagues smoking, but they are not having anything immediately. So they all come to us at 40 years of age. So something like that is happening now. So the people are coming with this cough, upper airway symptoms and all. So this is what is going to lead to something more cynical disease like COPD in them at a later stage.
But we definitely know that the air is just becoming toxic with each passing day. How does it really affect pregnant women, and what kind of precautionary measures can pregnant women take in this season?
Okay. Hi, thank you so much for having me here for this discussion. So as I was discussing with you earlier, definitely over the last 1 to 2 decades, we have seen a significant increase in the number of pregnancy complications in Delhi specifically. And we would talk about complications in early pregnancies, which is about increasing risk of miscarriage or early pregnancy loss, and specifically about complications happening in the 3rd trimester, which is growth restriction, as well as even increased incidence of high blood pressure and an increased incidence of preterm deliveries. So considering the section of people or the section of pregnant women or section of society that we are dealing with, sitting in one of the premier hospitals in Delhi, so we are definitely catering to a section of population which is not resource needy, and they completely have all the resources. So when we see that the incidence of growth restriction in the babies is increasing, or there's an increased incidence of preterm deliveries or pregnancy complications, definitely environmental pollutants have a role to play.
We are seeing every day ever since October 1, Mumbaikars are waking up to this thick layer of smog across the city. Of course, as you said, it changes from area to area. And when you talk about areas like Bandra East, Kandivali, Vasai, the northern suburbs, and when you talk about the southern part, except for Kolaba and Baikala, the rest of the parts are doing pretty fine. But then the parts that I mentioned, the regions that I mentioned, are the ones which are posing a major challenge in front of the authorities and in front of the people there as well. Now, talking about the measures been introduced by the government, the BMC did bring in measures, and but the implementation is the problem. They brought in the measures last year around where they tried to put control over the incessant construction that goes on in the city round the year, about burning the open garbage, but that doesn't just seem to be all at the very moment.
Meanwhile, stubble burning continues in Delhi's neighbouring states despite the Supreme Court order. The Punjab Pollution Control Board has claimed a drastic decrease in stubble burning in the state, and annual occurrence often blamed for stoking pollution in New Delhi at the onset of winter. Now, this comes weeks after Supreme Court pulled up the Punjab and Haryana governments for insufficient action in curbing farm fires.
Punjab government or Haryana government, they have been claiming that lot of action has been taken against the farmer who are indulging in this stubble burning. But despite all these action, we have seen this stubble burning still continuing. And if we can talk about Punjab, in the recent cases, we have seen around 3,000 cases have been reported in the last 10 days. That is also one of the major contributor for this pollution which is happening in the national capital. And so many times we have seen whether it's the Punjab Chief Minister or Haryana Chief Minister, they are giving their side of the story. They are saying everything is being provided to the farmers, but despite providing all the equipment to the farmer are still continuing this stubble burning. If we can talk about the farmer side, they also say they are not able to get the proper assistance from the state government. They don't have any alternative, and that could be reasons why they are forced to go for this stubble burning. Right now in Punjab, we have seen a lot of precautions are being taken by the state government, and they say they are also holding to various camps at various districts so that they will educate the farmer. They are telling the pros and cons of this stubble burning to the farmer so that there should be awareness among the farmer. But despite all these efforts, what we have learned and what we have seen also, the farmers still continuing this stubble burning. And if we can talk about the farmer side, the farmers say they are forced to continue stubble burning because the equipment which are required not to go for stubble burning, they are not able to get from the state government or the machinery from the government, and that could be reason. So let's see, because what we have learned, center team is also coming and visiting to Punjab to understand what type of management the government has been made so that this stubble burning should be curbed, and if the action is being taken against the farmer or those who are indulged in the stubble burning, what type of action have been taken and what type of the camps have been organized by the government to create awareness so that this pollution problem in national capital, and if the stubble burning is also one of the contributor, that should be curbed, and the people in the national capital, they should not face any health issues because of this pollution which is already increased because of the stubble burning in the neighboring state.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद, आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing.
Thank you to all of you for joining us on day 2 of NDTV World Summit, and I welcome all my guests on stage as well. Now, there is a growing movement towards sustainable living, with people not just making environmentally conscious decisions, but with companies also investing in sustainable growth. In this session, we'll focus on environmental, social, and governance framework, also better known as ESG, where companies, in fact, are focusing on this, and we'll explore the vital intersection of profit and purpose. Our esteemed panelists bring a wealth of experience from various sectors to this discussion. I am joined by Gagandeep Sethi, Senior Vice President, Integrated Operations and Sustainability and Responsibility for Pernod Ricard India. Mustafa Wajid, co-founder of Billion E, which is, of course, a clean mobility platform. And Mr. Ajay Pillai, partner, sustainability and climate change at Deloitte. Thank you all for joining us on this discussion. Starting with you, Mr. Sethi, what are some of the sustainability goals for Pernod Ricard, and how do you merge profitability with purpose, and how is ESG one of the foundational blocks when you do that?
Thank you, Tanima, and it's a pleasure to be part of this panel. For Pernod Ricard, globally, we have a very comprehensive ESG program under the umbrella name, what we call as Good Times from a Good Place. It is super aligned to the ESG principles and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, with its 4 elements, core elements of nurturing the terroir. Terroir is a French word, and what it means is the terrain, where the land, the Mother Earth, from where we draw all our resources. And we, being a company in the alcobev sector, it's grain to glass. So the starting point is the grain from the land. So everything that we do while consuming those resources, we have to ensure we restore back the balance of the earth. The second most important element is around circular making, right? So while we produce products which delight our customers and consumers, we do it in a sustainable manner, right? In terms of maintaining the circularity, end-to-end value chain, right from the beginning, that is our backend, which is our suppliers, to the entire processing, which happens in our manufacturing facilities, and then the downstream in terms of the customer and the consumer, right? So that's the second element. The third element is all around valuing people, and that's the social cause, again, aligned to the ESG principles, where diversity and inclusion is a big impetus, and we are fully committed in terms of increasing the inclusion of gender in our workforce as well. And so those are the elements, and what India draws out of those elements is the cascade effect, right? So whether it is carbon neutrality, we are a water-consuming product in terms of managing our water balance and hence our water targets, and also many steps that have been taken, which obviously will be alluded in the session for sure.
Right. Mr. Mustafa Wajid, if I can draw you into the conversation now, how is Billion E merging ESG into its core business model?
Yeah, thank you for that. Ellirigu, namaskara. When you look at the environment issues as well as energy security issues, the two big elephants in the room are fossil fuels which are used for generating electricity, and the other one, which is equally large, is fossil fuels that are used for transportation. And at Billion Electric, we are trying to address, and hopefully we'll do a good job of it. We've already started deploying electric trucks and as an electric truck platform for logistics. So by bringing down the carbon emissions in the transportation sector, by the way, half of India's diesel consumption happens on the highways. And that's a very, very important thing to remember. So we are at it, and we believe that decarbonizing the transportation sector at one level is our corporate objective. And at Billion E, we would like to see how to reduce not just the decarbonization, but also make this transportation more sustainable. Thank you.
Mr. Pillai, if I can have your point of view now. Of course, the companies are going to discuss further on how they ensure that they are following ESG principles when in their business models. But what are some of the challenges you have seen firms facing when following ESG, and does it differ across sectors?
The key challenges I can put up top three or four challenges that I feel that the companies face. Number one is the quality of data and availability of reliable data to report on ESG. It requires a proper process to be followed at the operational level to have good data which can be reported. So the quality of data is right now very dependent on how tedious you are with the processes that you have in place, and it is doubtful at many places. Number two is the awareness level and expertise within the system for ESG to know that what is exactly expected from them to actually go out and report in ESG. So there are not many senior leadership members who are tuned to or aware of sustainability to the extent that is required. I'm not saying it is like that for everybody, but there are efforts being done for that. So, and third is the intent. As long as you believe that ESG is one more thing to be done, and the intent does not come from the top management that we really believe in ESG, it will always remain, a sideline effect. So the quality of ESG will always be a challenge.
Right. We'll discuss further in terms of regulations and policies as well. But coming back to you, Mr. Sethi, how is Pernod Ricard India innovating its production processes in order to align further with the ESG goals?
There are various phases to it or elements to it. The first one is it starts with the design. Innovation to design the product, the service that is for the offering, right? And much work starts there. We've aligned our entire innovation process, the stage gate, in terms the right decisions around ESG happen at the right time, which is stage 0 and 1, and not after or post you've launched the product, right? So that's the starting point. And then obviously many examples of that, right? And many of the industry firsts, right? In terms of you'll have to push the scale there, especially some of the initiatives that we've done right again from the back end. Sustainable sourcing, right? In terms of our product is primarily ethanol, right? And ethanol can be sourced from various sources designed to sustainable value. So degrammage, so primary packaging for us is glass bottles. It's one of the most sustainable, but it is highly intensive from energy standpoint when you manufacture glass. Innovating in terms of reuse. Responsible consumption is obviously reducing the consumption, is also reusing as much you can reuse, right? So one big initiative, again, is around reuse of our bottles, which we call taking it back, the reverse logistics, washing them, bringing them to that impeccable quality, and reusing that. And for consumer, they won't be able to make out whether it is new or reused, right? So it has a huge, so that's also innovation of a sort. Green manufacturing, I mean, we've taken huge strides. One big switch from fossil fuels to biomass in our own facilities. Our group target on scope 1 and 2 reduction, which is carbon emission, which is due to burning of fuels in our own manufacturing facilities. Our group target is around 54% we have to achieve as per our SBT 2030. India is already sitting at 94%. So in many of these targets or objectives, we are leading the group because India is a huge volume, India is a huge consumption pool, and it has a huge impact and bearing on our group performance, right? So hence we are taking the lead in that aspect. Then using technology and innovation in our processes, right? Designing our processes the right way so that we conserve the resources and we avoid wastages in the entire value stream. There we use technology also. So all our lines and our production processes are internet connected, IoT. They are connected, the consumptions are being monitored, then advanced tools of AI are being used to analyze how and where the losses are happening and how they can be prevented, right?
Right, I'm glad you mentioned AI as well. In fact, is that something that is being used more of late in terms of aligning your production processes with ESG?
Yeah, so the starting point to bring any improvement is to measure what is important. And there is more data, as Mr. Pillai called out. So much of data is getting produced. It is becoming difficult to manage and read through that data, right? So you have to, first you have to connect your lines and your manufacturing operations, get the relevant data, but then there has to be a layer which then screens that data and converts that into information which is based on which some decision can be taken. And that's where AI comes in a big way.
Mustafa Wajid, if we, let's talk about carbon market and monetization of ESG. Now the government has said that carbon trading scheme will be effective by 2026. But how soon do you see it maturing in the country?
It's an interesting topic. We must remember that the legislation that was required to make this happen was passed only in December 22. It's less than 2 years ago. And this is a very big change. The vision of the government is to try and see how to create a carbon market like you have the stock market. So I think carbon markets, the process is on. Policies are being contemplated and drafted. So yes, I think we are optimistic that we will see it kicking off in 2026. The important thing there is that for the first time, India will open up the possibility of monetizing carbon credits. The reality is that carbon credits will come. It's not in the rear view mirror anymore. It's now ahead. It's looking at us in the face. There will be challenges, but good organizations who can understand this and change and adapt their processes. Like, for example, Gagan's team is doing, I think, a very good job of that. I think these will be the people who will generate these carbon credits. Because don't forget, there will always be a sector which will generate carbon debits. You cannot go away from it. For example, the steel industry, for example, the cement industry, and so on and so forth. So I think we are changing that process, and I'm very optimistic that now that the legislation part is over, now the hard work has started. But on a very positive note, it will happen. It's not in the rear view mirror. And decarbonization and sustainability can be monetized in the future and can add to companies' bottom lines.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs.
Mr. Pillai, touching upon what Mr. Wajid was also talking about, regulatory frameworks in the country which exist, and how does that impact ESG, and are you an advocate for more regulations needed for that sector?
See, so far there aren't many regulatory frameworks for ESG. Actually, only the BRSR, which is mandated by SEBI, requires the top 1,000 listed by market capital to go out and report for sustainability. So largely, sustainability reporting or ESG reporting is voluntary, and there are too many frameworks to actually look at and report against. But the thing is that if we want to make it more compliant, or if you want people to be more pushing towards reporting, then there is a need for bringing in more people into the folds of reporting, and not just the top 1,000 listed. Even in the top 1,000 listed, many are still not very sure what they have to report. And what we have currently in terms of regulation in India is very limited. But that is not the only thing that is forcing people to report. Many of our companies or manufacturers are in the supply chain for Europe and other countries. And Europe has a well-defined regulatory requirement, and the subsidiaries operating in there, as well as if you have a bigger market, CSRD has come in Europe, and if you have a bigger market in Europe and you fall as large business, then also you will have to report according to their regulations also. So whether we want the regulation or not, we will be required to comply with the global requirements in a global market. So there is a need where people voluntarily believe. There are big firms again, and there are a lot of big and small firms who are voluntarily reporting, and they are making a sincere effort also. I cannot paint everybody with the same brush, but I do see that there is a large majority still who have to wake up and see that ESG is required as part of, it's a global truth that, if you don't adopt it today, the entire supply chain, the markets, the lenders, the investors, everybody is going to push you towards that direction, and eventually you will have to adopt to that. So some amount of regulation, especially in the climate space and in the decarbonization space, is required. Yeah?
Right. And now I want to ask the question which probably, is one of the important challenges that companies face when it comes to following ESG or incorporating ESG in the business models. So in terms of costs or in terms of processes, what are some of the key changes that you've had to make for Pernod Ricard and Billion EE, and what are the hurdles that you've faced so far?
I think, first of all, it's more of a notion. It's a mindset. Personal experience has been that, to a large extent, the first few steps that we take in the ESG, it is profit neutral or, in fact, accretive, right? I mean, I'll just allude to some of the examples. Degrammage, right, of glass, degrammage of plastic, market bottle usage, sustainable switch of fuels. These are sustainable under the ESG principles, and hardly they come with a cost. And you improve your efficiencies, you reduce your losses, it's profit, right? I think till the tipping point comes wherein you've scratched the barrel, And I think there's a lot of opportunity which lies till we have reached that point. Once you reach that point is when that decision has to be taken in terms of the investments. Some part of that challenge can be addressed when you are making fresher and newer investments. When you're talking of capital investments, you're augmenting capacities. Can we have ESG principles in the design stage itself? So at that time, it is incremental or marginal or no cost, but you have designed for sustainability from the word go. Re-engineering is where the larger investment would come in. And I think to the point Mr. Pillai mentioned, I think policy, support, capital investment, subsidies, but there's a lot to be done till that point. So we should not directly jump. So I'm not advocating that. It's basically, the advocacy is more around improve internally as much you can. And when the decision point comes, the policy support, regulatory support has to be there from an investment standpoint so that we take the right decisions.
Mr. Wajid, the same question to you. What are some of the challenges or hurdles you faced?
Yeah, at Billion E, our focus and aim on which we've been making significant progress is to integrate renewable energy, electric mobility, and leveraging AI in the process so that we make the transportation loop completely sustainable. We have been trying out several pilots in this regard, and hopefully we will demonstrate on certain routes or certain sectors the fact that we are using green electricity to run electric trucks and have a platform which is AI-based, which can keep track of the whole thing and ensure efficiency optimization. So by doing this, I think we will, in India, show the way to the world, because we are blessed with a lot of huge resources when it comes to renewables. And if you're able to kind of get that loop going, we have done it in some cases in some pilot studies. We have discovered some new challenges, because how much ever gyan we have, the reality comes out only when we do it practically. And we are on the way, and we believe that next year we will demonstrate a completely 100% sustainable loop using green electricity with green transportation, and leveraging the whole digitization piece, which is, of course, will include AI by default. So that's the perception at this stage.
Mr. Pillai, tied up to what both of them said, there's a term called greenwashing. And you're, of course, somebody who is advising companies also in terms of how they can achieve their ESG goals. How do you think companies are able to, in your experience, strike a balance between profitability and sustainability?
If you see sustainability as a separate box and you want to do it as, an activity, then, it is a struggle to do that. But if you include that into your business as usual operations, if you bring, the risk assessment of sustainability as part of our overall sustainability of the business, then it is not such a difficult aspect. I think Mr. Sethi has already mentioned that, if you save on reducing waste, if you save on energy efficiency, if you save on water consumption, you are not going to make loss. You are definitely going to make profit. But these are not short-term things. Initially there is a capital expense, capex upfront. You have to invest to get into sustainability, whether you have to move to renewables or to any other greener mode, you have to invest. But if you are looking at your business in a longer term, and as we were discussing, sustainability like digitization, it is going to happen. And everything that is going around us, if you look at the global pressure, the consumer market, the investment market, everybody is going to make you, adapt to ESG requirement. So, whenever I advise, I will always ask them to look for, longer term, and all the investment that you are putting is actually going to come back in good profits only.
So, Mr. Sethi, first, how big is the role of authentic ESG practices, according to you? I mean, from Pernod Ricard India's experience.
It's very important. You need to be very clear and transparent, both in setting the initiatives that we have set out. So all our objectives, which are as per the ESG, they're all in the public domain. They are as per the SDG. They've been reported in terms of what we want to achieve. So we are very vocal in communicating what we want to achieve. The second part is also around, I would say, is the engagement of our stakeholders. That's equally important, especially coming to the customers, the consumers. Some of the initiatives like One for the Planet that we undertook, which was removing the monocartons out of our products, which was a bold move. and transparency with the end user, which was the consumer customer. It's a lot of engagement. And we were very upfront and transparent in terms of why we are doing this. And we were surprised the amount of support that we got, not only from the regulators, but also from the customers and consumers. So I think transparent reporting, being very clear, and then also driving the alignment with the business objectives. So in Pernod Ricard, ESG objectives are part of the business objectives. So there's a cascade of ESG goals which happens till from the top of the board to down to the front line.
Right. We have very less time, but Mr. Wajid, I would want your point of view on this as well.
Yeah,
Briefly, if you can.
Yeah, unlike Gagan, who has to sort of push together business and sustainability objectives, we have a luxury. Sustainability is our business. And we are trying to align the profit with the sustainability, not the other way around.
The other way around.
So that's, we have the luxury of doing that. So hopefully we'll do a good job.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that very engaging first session that we had on day 2 of NDTV World Summit. Thank you so much. We'll have to wind up this conversation, unfortunately, right now. But thank you all, gentlemen, for this talk.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think There are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Home Minister Amit Shah releases BJP's manifesto for the Maharashtra Assembly elections, announces loan waivers for farmers, stipend for students and women. BJP promises to make Maharashtra an AI hub and $1 trillion economy. Home Minister Amit Shah slammed the MBA in Congress, saying the Congress is making false promises while the MBA's policies are only for appeasement. Congress Chief Kharge launches the MBA's manifesto for the upcoming elections, focus on farmers and women empowerment. Prime Minister Modi to address rally in Bokaro in Jharkhand ahead of the assembly elections. Three encounters have broken out in Jammu and Kashmir in the last 24 hours. One terrorist has been killed in Sopore, while two security personnel, including a JCO, have been injured in Kishtwar. Pollution woes rise in the national capital and Mumbai. AQI still very poor. Delhi deploys mist drones to tackle smog hazard. Veteran Tamil actor Delhi Ganesh dies at 80. Ganesh acted in 400 films in southern cinemas, spanning over his decade-long career with prominent supporting roles. Home Minister Amit Shah released the manifesto for the Mahyuti, for the BJP in fact, and he described it as a vision document and outlined several initiatives including support for farmers, Ladke Behna Yojana and healthcare, as well as employment opportunities for the youth. The BJP says that it aims to make Maharashtra a hub for AI and fintech, as well as Nagpur and Nashik as well as Pune will be made aerospace hubs. Now, the BJP says that it is trying to make the state a $1 trillion economy. Home Minister Amit Shah also announced that the BJP will bring about a strict law to combat forced conversions. Listen in.
आमचे पहिले 10 मुद्दे हे जो आम्ही महायुतीचा 10 कलमी कार्यक्रम म्हणून घोषित केला तेच 10 मुद्दे आमचे असणार आहेत, ज्याच्यामध्ये लाडक्या बहिणींना पुढच्या काळामध्ये 1500च्या ऐवजी 2100 रुपये देण्याचा आमचा संकल्प आहे. शेतकऱ्यांची कर्जमाफी करण्याचा आमचा संकल्प आहे, कारण शेतकऱ्यांना आम्ही ऑलरेडी मोफत वीज दिलेली आहे.
अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका, सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है. महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आए। उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए 2 अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है। और दूसरी ओर अघाड़ी है, कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष ने भी कहना पड़ता है कि कांग्रेस के जब वादा करे तो सोच समझ कर करे, क्योंकि वादा पूरा नहीं करते हो और मुझे जवाब देना पड़ता है। आज चुनाव में हमारा मुकाबला अघाड़ी से है। मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली विचारधारा है।
Now, Congress Chief Kharge has released the manifesto for Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra as well. And remember, the Congress chief has also slammed Prime Minister Modi. Earlier, Prime Minister had made several statements against the Congress, saying that the Congress was aiming to divide society. Now, Kharge has hit back, saying that they will increase quota about beyond 50%, and that Prime Minister Modi is trying to instigate unrest, is what the Congress is saying. At this point, I'm joined by Chitra Batam, Congress spokesperson. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. At this point, what exactly are the key promises that the Congress as well as the MVA is making in Maharashtra? And to bring it to your notice, Amit Shah as well as the Prime Minister have been saying time and time again that the Congress is trying to divide society and that they're trying to reduce quota for SC and ST communities.
Hi, Aarti, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can go ahead.
Yeah. So, Aarti, I'd like to start by saying that the manifesto that the BJP party today released earlier in the morning, it was not the Mahyuti's manifesto, it was definitely just the BJP's manifesto. So one can really understand the kind of unity that is prevalent in Mahyuti itself, okay, while the Home Minister points fingers at others. I'd also like to tell you that the manifesto that they released today is complete eye-washed and is an exact replica of the manifesto that they had released in the last elections of 2019. It is exactly the same. The points remain the same, that they will have a water grid for Marathwada. They will have, give 1 crore jobs in 5 years to the youth, and so on and so forth. And we all know that how much they have worked on these respective promises, and they have completely fall flat, and which is why they had to repeat the same manifesto again. Now, coming to the Mahavikas Aghadi's manifesto, our manifesto is based on people welfare schemes, and as you rightly mentioned, yes, we are responsible people, so obviously we will take onus of our of whatever we promise. Mr. Kharge has rightly said that we must just promise only those things that we should be able to deliver, and which is why after a thorough deliberation, we have come up with our 5 promises. Our 5 promises, as you can see on the screen, is listed over here in the 5 guarantees that we have released recently, called as Panchasutri, wherein we are committed for women empowerment, we are committed for the youth development, for providing them internship, for providing them stipend, for the continuation of the Ladki Behan Yojana, for farmer welfare, and so on and so forth. And the most important of all being, we are committed to have a caste census being conducted in the state of Maharashtra, because as we all very well know that there is an ongoing problem between the reservation for the OBC as well as the Maratha community, and the and the respective and the fruitful outcome can only be expected once the caste census is done thoroughly
Right.
and the cap on the reservation is lifted.
All right.
So we could accommodate everybody.
Thank you, Chitra Batum, for joining us, sharing your thoughts and taking us through the key promises that the MVA is making in Maharashtra. Ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly elections, NDTV caught up with Milind Deora over a cup of coffee and tiffin in Worli. Deora talks politics, the fight against Aditya Thackeray for Worli, and a lighter note on how he makes healthy choices to stay fit for his campaign. Take a look.
Hello everyone, welcome to the special election edition on NDTV. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy. I'm joined by seasoned politician Milind Deora. In fact, this time we are not catching him on a busy campaign trail. Of course, he's just come from several meetings and campaigns, but now we are catching him up over cups of coffees and delicacies in a neighborhood restaurant in Worli. All right, Mr. Deora, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. Do you really get time to have cups of coffees and, nashta these days? How busy? I mean, I'm sure the schedule is busy, but do you have time to even breathe?
No, election schedules are very busy. This is my 5th election, and I've seen it from childhood. I've seen my late father. He fought 7 parliament elections, assembly elections, corporation elections. So from childhood, we've seen it. It's a hectic time, but it's a time when we also get to, you have to regulate yourself. And I've learned over the years, compared to when I was 27 years old in my first election to now when I'm 47, I've learned how to, 20 years later, regulate myself much better, take care of myself much better. I meditate. I try to do at least once a day to declutter my mind of all the activity that's been happening the night before or during the day. I try to eat healthy as much as possible.
Yes.
And I just said healthy, and there you go. Thank you. And so these are things which I try to do, and generally, you get a good workout when you campaign as well. Stay hydrated. But it would be wrong for me to say I don't get time to have a cup of coffee. I wake up in the morning. I get about half an hour to read, to glance through the newspapers, glance through the news of the day, and of the morning rather, and have something to drink.
How has the campaign trail been, and how difficult has it been over the last several weeks? Take us through the challenges that you're facing while you're on the road. Of course, you're a seasoned politician. You've done it before. You've been MP multiple times. So, but how challenging has it been this time?
In a strange way, the heat is not so bad. It's not as bad as a summer election. My God. Thank you. Yes, thank you. The heat is better relative to a summer Lok Sabha election. Number one. Number two, the parliamentary elections, you typically get about 2 to 3 weeks to cover 6 assembly constituencies that make up a parliamentary seat. Here you have about 2 to 3 weeks to cover 1 assembly seat. So in that sense, it's easier, but it also means you're using your time to almost do door-to-door campaigning, going chawl to chawl, building to building, slum to slum, home to home. And that in some ways is more grueling also. Both have their own challenges.
As I said, you're a seasoned politician. You've been the youngest parliamentarian, and you've contested election multiple times, MP twice. What drove you to contest from Worli this time? Of course, you know South Bombay better than many other leaders. But what drove you to contest this time from Worli constituency, and what drove you to contest at all?
Firstly, it is a left field decision. Thank you. Chai, please. Thank you. Thank you. Half cup. Thank you. For me, like you said, I'm a South Mumbaikar. I've represented this area several times. I know this area. I'm born here. I live here. I work here. This is my Janma Bhumi and my Karma Bhumi. There's no doubt Aditya Thackeray is a important leader of the opposition. And he's been the MLA of this area for the last 5 years. So in some ways, this is a political challenge. The party, the alliance felt we should mount a serious challenge. And there were many discussions that we had. We have a lot of good local workers here. And in Worli is a very different constituency in that it's A, very cosmopolitan. B, there is a strong emotion of Worlikar. There are a lot of people who consider themselves local Worlikars. You won't find that in Malabar Hill, where there's a local aspiration and they want local people. Worli, has had one of the longest serving MLAs in Maharashtra, Dattaji Nalavade, who was a local. After that, it had Sachin Ahir from the NCP. It had Sunil Shinde from the Shiv Sena, also locals. Aditya was really the first outsider MLA from this area. And there was, in some ways, we wanted to mount a challenge. We wanted to raise the stakes. We did think about giving this ticket to a local Worlikar Karyakarta who's on the ground, accessible to them, unlike, let's say, Aditya. But the decision was finally taken that, these things spin both ways. If we gave it to a local person, what could have happened is the narrative would have been, oh, you've given him a cakewalk. You've given it to an unknown person. And then all kinds of speculation and conspiracy theories would have floated around.
You know Aditya Thackeray very well. I mean, you've been his friend, you've been his colleague, you know him for many, many years. So do you find it a little weird that you're contesting against him? I know this is not personal.
He's a friend. He's someone I've known for a long time. There's no doubt. I've seen him since he was a young man. And I remember when he was a young boy, when he was a student and he came to Delhi once, and I was a member of parliament. He came home and he had written a book on poetry. So there's nothing personal about it. But he's campaigned for me very aggressively in 2014 and 2019. It's not that I took it the wrong way. And so he shouldn't either, number one. If he takes it personally, that's his problem, not mine. I'd like to think he is more mature than that. But this is really about issues. This is really about telling the people of Worli, telling the people of Mumbai, telling the people of Maharashtra that we have to move forward. Unfortunately, the kind of politics he started out doing, practicing, and the kind of politics he's been doing for the last few years after he lost power, in my opinion, is very negative and very unfortunate because he came in with a lot of promise. He's now become a speed breaker in the way of progress. The largest port in the country, Vadhavan port coming to Maharashtra in Palghar, he opposed it blindly. One of the largest refineries coming to Maharashtra, he opposed it. One of the largest nuclear power plant in the world in Konkan, he opposed it. He delayed the Mumbai metro by 4 years and led to a cost escalation of 14,000 crores. The Mumbai Mahalakshmi race course, which he failed to implement when the lease expired in 2013. This government did it. He's opposing it. So I think this opposition politics for the sake of opposing, just because you don't like the person who's implementing it. You have a problem with the leader who's implementing it, doesn't mean you should become anti-Maharashtra, anti-Mumbai.
Sure. So many of the projects were stalled under MDA regime is something that you've been pointing, and several other leaders within Mahyuti as well. Now, talking about Worli constituency, of course, you said that there is a lot of conversation around Worli constituency a lot, and that is something that even I noticed when I came here, when we were doing the setup. A lot of talk around how this is a three-way fight. Anything that you'd like to say about the third contestant, Sandeep Deshpande of MNS, who seemed to also wield some sort of influence in this?
I don't think that anyone takes MNS very seriously now, number one. And largely this is a two-way fight. It's beyond Aditya and Milind Deora. It's beyond two parties as well, or two alliances. It's really a fight between governance without speed limits or governance filled with speed breakers. And that's the choice that Worlikars have to make. Do they want Mumbai, Maharashtra to move forward at the speed it's been moving forward in the last few years? Or do they want to put speed breakers up on every single issue? There's a good balance between infrastructure like the coastal road, Atal Setu, Mumbai Metro, Trans Harbour, Navi Mumbai Airport. But at the same time, we're also implementing green infrastructure. The Mahalakshmi race course, plus the coastal road, will open up 300 acres of public parks, central parks, to the people of South Mumbai. He's opposing that. This fear psychosis, spreading fear among the people, oh, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. The government is going to build towers on the Mahalakshmi race course. This is what's going to happen in Dharavi. Just blindly lying, in my opinion, is politics which is negative. It's going to harm Mumbai, it's going to harm Maharashtra, and that's really one of the core reasons why I'm fighting this election.
Absolutely. And as far as Worli constituency is concerned, you did speak about what the constituency is all about. It's a mixed constituency. You have your upscale, buildings, your elite buildings and people, and then you have your BDD chawls, which is another issue that you keep talking about, and Koliwadas. So tell us about the issues that you'd like to raise and some of the changes you'd like to see in the constituency.
Well, there are many issues. So there are many local. Look, to be honest, in every constituency in Mumbai now, especially in parts of South Mumbai, where you have old chawls. This was originally a larger area called Giran Gaon, which meant the village where the Girini Kamgars, the mill workers who worked in textile mills, housing for the laborers, when Mumbai was a textile hub of India. And chawls were built for them during the British era, for them to live there, and then they would come to the mills to work. Today, those chawls are being redeveloped. Those mills have been redeveloped. You see skyscrapers, you see towers, you see commercial buildings, you see retail spaces. This area and the city is completely changing. How do you take everyone along? How do you ensure that you're not just building a constituency for the super rich, but you're also building a constituency for the lower middle class, for those who want affordable housing? Otherwise, what will happen is people are being forced to leave Mumbai and live in Dombivli, live in Ambarnath, go to places outside where land is cheaper, housing is cheaper. We need to bring them back. We need to ensure that this area is an area for every community, for all economic strata. And that's important for all of us. Today, when in a restaurant, the restaurant owner may be living in a tower, but the people working in the restaurant live in these chawls, they live in these slums. So they need to live side by side, work side by side. So that's the vision which I have personally for every constituency in Mumbai, I would say, but certainly in South Mumbai and Worli, which is how do you resolve these issues, how do you resolve these housing issues that affect the people of BDD chawl. Then of course there are common area issues which impact all of the city in every assembly constituency: traffic, water, roads. These are areas we all need to throw our weight behind, ensure that there's better infrastructure. And so, but as I said, to rise above Worli, if we are not taking Mumbai and Maharashtra forward at the speed we've been progressing in the last 2.5 years, then everyone will suffer.
Certainly. So development plank is something high on agenda as far as Mahyuti is concerned.
It's the only thing on the agenda.
Absolutely.
And it's where I think that Aditya, who came with great promise, not just failed to deliver, but I would say.
Prime Minister Modi is addressing a rally in Bokaro, Jharkhand. Take a look.
ऐसे लोग कभी झारखंड का विकास नहीं करेंगे जो झारखंड राज्य के निर्माण के विरोधी रहे हैं। और इसलिए उधर वो नौजवान एक तस्वीर लेके आया है, जरा उसके पीछे अपना अता पता लिख देना। ये मेरी टीम आपसे तस्वीर ले लेगी। आपने बड़े प्यार से स्केच किया लग रहा है मुझे। मैं आपको अता पता लिख दीजिए, जरूर चिट्ठी भेजूंगा। जरा वहां सिक्योरिटी के लोग वो तस्वीर लेके मेरे पास पहुंचा दीजिए। हाँ, भेज दीजिए उसको। ये हमारे जवान आ रहे हैं, उनको दे दीजिए। मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं, आप इतने प्यार से ये तस्वीर बना के लाए हैं। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। साथियों, मैं आपको एक आंकड़ा देता हूं जिससे दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। आज से 10 साल पहले 2004 से 2014 तक केंद्र में कांग्रेस की सरकार थी। मैडम सोनिया जी सरकार चलाती थी और मनमोहन सिंह जी को प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में बिठाया था। तब उस समय केंद्र सरकार ने झारखंड को, ये झारखंड वालों ने याद रखना चाहिए, केंद्र सरकार ने उस समय झारखंड को 10 साल में बड़ी मुश्किल से 80,000 करोड़ रुपए दिए थे। 10 साल में कितने? 80,000 करोड़। 10 साल में कितने? जरा सबके सब बताइए, 10 साल में कितने? 80,000 करोड़। 2014 के बाद दिल्ली में सरकार बदली। आप सबने दिल्ली में, केंद्र में आपके इस सेवक मोदी को सेवा करने का अवसर दिया। और सेवा कैसी होती है? बीते 10 साल में हमने कितना पैसा दिया बताऊं? 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 याद रखोगे? अच्छा ये बताओ, उन्होंने कितना दिया था? उन्होंने कितना दिया था? उन्होंने कितना दिया था? केंद्र में भाजपा एनडीए सरकार बनी तो 10 साल में हमने 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक झारखंड को दिया। कितना? जरा जोर से बोलिए, कितना? उन्होंने कितना दिया था? हमने कितना दिया? ये ज्यादा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? 4 गुना हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? तो हमारा आपके प्रति 4 गुना प्यार है कि नहीं है? है कि नहीं है? और हमने ये ज्यादा पैसा क्यों भेजा भाई? क्योंकि झारखंड हमने बनाया है तो हम ही तो संवारेंगे। भाजपा चाहती थी कि गरीब को पक्का घर मिले, शहरों गांवों में अच्छे रास्ते बने, बिजली मिले, पानी मिले, इलाज के लिए सुविधा हो, पढ़ाई के लिए सुविधा हो, सिंचाई के लिए पानी मिले, बुढ़ापे में दवाई मिले। लेकिन जेएमएम सरकार में पिछले 5 साल में हुआ क्या भाई? आपके हक की ये सुविधाएं जेएमएम कांग्रेस के लोगों ने लूट ली। लूट लिया कि नहीं लूट लिया? लूटा कि नहीं लूटा? आप मुट्ठी भर बालू के लिए तरस रहे हैं और इनके नेता बालू की तस्करी करके करोड़ों करोड़ों रुपए कमा रहे हैं। इनके पास से नोटों के पहाड़ निकल रहे हैं। इतने नोट निकल रहे हैं कि गिनते गिनते मशीनें भी थक जाती है। ये नोटों के ढेर आपने देखे हैं कि नहीं देखे हैं? ये नोटों के पहाड़ आपने देखे हैं कि नहीं देखे हैं? ये नोटें कहां से आई भाई? ये आपकी है कि नहीं है? ये पैसे आपका हक का है कि नहीं है? ये आपकी जेब से लूटा गया कि नहीं लूटा गया? मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, झारखंड में भाजपा एनडीए सरकार बनाने का जब आपने निर्णय कर ही लिया है, मैं जहां जहां गया हूं ऐसा ही जन सैलाब देखा है। हवा का रुख साफ है और मैं आपको वादा करता हूं, सरकार बनने के बाद इन भ्रष्टाचारियों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले, इसलिए अदालत में हम पूरी लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। आपके हक का पैसा आप पर ही खर्चा होगा, आपके लिए खर्चा होगा, आपके बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए खर्चा होगा। साथियों, केंद्र सरकार का बहुत सारा पैसा ऐसा होता है जो बिना सरकार के दखल के राज्यों में खर्च होता है। पहले तो उसमें से भी एक कटकी बटकी चलती थी और मैंने देखा कि चारों तरफ लूट करने वाले बैठे हैं, तो मैंने क्या किया, टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग किया। दिल्ली में एक स्विच दबाता हूं और आपके मोबाइल में फोन पैसा पहुंच जाता है। जैसे पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि का पैसा हम सीधे झारखंड के किसानों के बैंक खाते में पैसे भेजते हैं और वो पूरे के पूरे उन्हें मिलते हैं। मिलते हैं कि नहीं मिलते हैं भाई? मिलते हैं कि नहीं मिलते हैं? कोई कमीशन जाता है, कोई भ्रष्टाचार करना पड़ता है, कोई कटकी कमाता है। ऐसे ही हाईवे, रेलवे, एयरपोर्ट के कितने ही काम होते हैं जिस पर केंद्र सरकार सीधे खर्च करती है। किसी को बीच में से कट करने का मौका ही नहीं देते। झारखंड में भी हमारी सरकार ने लाखों करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए हैं। आज झारखंड में 50 से ज्यादा रेलवे स्टेशनों को आधुनिक बनाया जा रहा है, उनमें सुविधाएं बढ़ाई जा रही है। आप देखिएगा कुछ समय में बोकारो का रेलवे स्टेशन भी कितना आधुनिक हो जाएगा। यहां बोकारो में एयरपोर्ट भी बन चुका है। झारखंड में भाजपा एनडीए सरकार बनने के बाद जल्द से जल्द हवाई सेवा भी शुरू हो जाएगी। और मेरा तो सपना है, जो हवाई चप्पल पहनता है ना, वो हवाई जहाज में जाएगा। साथियों, ये जो निर्माण का काम होता है, उसका भी बहुत बड़ा लाभ झारखंड को, झारखंड के नौजवानों को रोजगार के रूप में मिलता है। कुछ भी बनाए तो सीमेंट लगता है, स्टील लगता है, बिजली के लिए कोयला लगता है। इन सब की फैक्ट्रियां यहां बोकारो में, झारखंड में ही तो है। यानी हाईवे, रेलवे, एयरपोर्ट के निर्माण काम से हमारे श्रमिकों को, नौजवानों को भी बड़ा फायदा होता है। साथियों, भाजपा एनडीए सरकार नए उद्योगों को बढ़ावा दे रही है। हम झारखंड में बंद पड़े पुराने कारखाने भी खुलवा रहे हैं। सिंदरी का खाद कारखाना भी तो पहले की सरकारों की कुनीति की वजह से बंद हो गया था। हमने सिंदरी खाद कारखाने को शुरू करवाया। इससे झारखंड के हजारों युवाओं को रोजगार मिला है। जब झारखंड में भाजपा सरकार बनेगी तो वो सरकार में भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा युवाओं को पक्की नौकरी देगी। साथियों, आपका कोई जानकार परिचित व्यक्ति अगर हरियाणा में काम करने गया हो तो जरा फोन करके उसको पूछ लेना। वहां अभी अभी चुनाव हुआ, लोगों ने भारी बहुमत से तीसरी बार भाजपा को सेवा करने का मौका दे दिया और वहां सरकार बनते ही भाजपा ने बिना खर्ची, बिना पर्ची हजारों नौजवानों को सरकारी नौकरी का ऑर्डर दे दिया। इधर हमारे झारखंड के लोग एक खर्ची पर्ची जानते हैं क्या? हरियाणा में खर्ची पर्ची का मतलब ये होता है, जब तक नोटों का बंडल नहीं देते, खर्ची नहीं करते, नौकरी नहीं मिलती। और पर्ची का मतलब है, जब तक कोई बड़ा नेता पर्ची लिख करके नहीं देता, आपकी दाल गलती नहीं है। हमने एक खर्ची और पर्ची दोनों को दफना दिया है। हम झारखंड में भी यही करेंगे मेरे नौजवानों। और झारखंड में हमारा एक और लक्ष्य होगा। यहां जेएमएम कांग्रेस ने जो पेपर लीक माफिया और भर्ती माफिया पैदा कर दिया है, पेपर लीक माफिया, उन सब पर प्रहार किया जाएगा। सबके सबको पाताल में से ढूंढ करके जेल के हवाले कर दिया जाएगा। जिन्होंने झारखंड के नौजवानों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है, जिन्होंने झारखंड के भविष्य के हमारे होनहार युवाओं का भविष्य मिट्टी में मिला दिया है, उनके सारे मंसूबे ये मोदी चकनाचूर करके रहेगा। साथियों, झारखंड के हमारे बहन बेटियों का जीवन आसान हो, ये मेरी प्राथमिकता है। हमारी सरकार की योजनाओं से बहनों को शौचालय मिले, बैंक में खाते खुले, गर्भावस्था के दौरान सीधा उसके खाते में पैसा पहुंचा। अब झारखंड भाजपा ने आपको, मेरी माताएं बहनें, बड़ी नम्रता के साथ मैं आज आपकी सेवा में आया हूं और भाजपा ने आपको गोगो दीदी योजना का वायदा किया है। झारखंड की मेरी माताएं बहनें, ये मोदी की गारंटी है, सरकार बनने के बाद गोगो दीदी योजना लागू हो जाएगी। इस योजना से भी हमारी माताओं बहनों से बैंक खातों में सीधे पैसे जाएंगे, कोई बीच में बिचौलिया नहीं, कोई कटकी कंपनी नहीं, और वो माताओं बहनों के खाते में ही जाएंगे ताकि घर को चलाने के लिए माताओं बहनों को काम आए। साथियों, अब हम झारखंड की बहनों को पहले गैस दिया, उज्ज्वला गैस का मुफ्त कनेक्शन दिया, और कुछ लोगों को लगता है अरे मोदी जी बहुत हो गया, तीसरी बार आ गए हो, आपने तो गैस का चूल्हा घर घर पहुंचा दिया, उज्ज्वला गैस दे दिया, अरे अब तो आराम करो। मुझे ऐसा कहने वाले लोग मिलते हैं, लेकिन मोदी ऐसे बैठने के लिए पैदा नहीं हुआ है। वो तो आपके लिए ही जीता है, और इसलिए पहले उज्ज्वला गैस सिलेंडर दिया, अब जैसे घर में पाइप से पानी आता है ना, अब झारखंड में पाइप से सस्ती गैस पहुंचने में मोदी लगा हुआ है। पाइप से जैसे पानी आता है घर में, वैसे गैस आएगा। अब सिलेंडर के लिए इधर उधर झोंकना नहीं पड़ेगा और वह सस्ता होगा, ये गैस सस्ता मिलेगा। यहां ओएनजीसी कंपनी ने गैस पैदा करने का बहुत बड़ा काम शुरू कर दिया है। ये जो बोकारो अंगुल गैस पाइपलाइन हमने बिछाई है ना, इससे 11 जिलों को लाभ हो रहा है, 11 जिले। यहां भाजपा एनडीए सरकार बनते ही ज्यादा से ज्यादा घरों तक पाइप से सस्ती गैस पहुंचाई जाएगी। साथियों, हम झारखंड के हर परिवार का बिजली बिल जीरो करने के लिए भी काम कर रहे हैं। अब आपका बिजली का बिल कितना? बिजली का बिल कितना? बिजली का बिल कितना? जीरो। और कैसे करेंगे? खजाना लूटा करके नहीं, नौजवानों के भविष्य को बर्बाद करके नहीं करेंगे। हम पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना अब देश भर में शुरू हो चुकी है। आप अपने घर पर सोलर पैनल लगाएंगे और सोलर पैनल लगाने के लिए आपका ये सेवक, दिल्ली में बैठी हुई आपकी सरकार, भाजपा सरकार, हर घर को 75,000 से 80,000 रुपये का खर्च देगी सोलर पैनल लगाने के लिए। आप अपने घर में 300 यूनिट बिजली पैदा करिए, जीरो बिजली बिल से उसका घर चलाइए, उपयोग कीजिए। और इतना ही नहीं, ये मोदी की गारंटी है, अगर ज्यादा बिजली आपने पैदा की तो आपको वो बिजली सरकार खरीदेगी और सरकार आपको ऊपर से पैसे देगी। पहले बिजली के लिए आप सरकार को पैसे देते थे, अब बिजली के लिए सरकार आपको पैसे देगी। ये काम हम करने वाले हैं। साथियों, झारखंड के तेज विकास के लिए सबका प्रयास यानी सभी की सामूहिक शक्ति लगनी बहुत जरूरी है। इसलिए आप सभी को कांग्रेस जेएमएम की एक बहुत बड़ी साजिश से सतर्क रहना है, सजग रहना है। ये कांग्रेस जेएमएम की चौकड़ी ने नया खेल खेलना शुरू किया है और ये सत्ता पाने के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं जी। कांग्रेस हमेशा से एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी की एकजुटता की, एकता की घोर विरोधी रही है। आजादी के बाद जब तक हमारा दलित समाज, हमारा एससी समाज बिखरा रहा, हमारा आदिवासी भाई बहन, हमारा एसटी समाज बिखरा रहा, हमारा ओबीसी समाज बिखरा रहा, तब तक कांग्रेस बांटो और राज छीनो के सिद्धांत पर मजे से केंद्र में सरकारें बनाती रही, लूटती रही। लेकिन जैसे ही समाज एकजुट हुआ, हमारे दलित समाज के भाई बहन एससी के रूप में उनकी पहचान बनी, आदिवासी भाई बहन एसटी के रूप में उनकी एक पहचान बनी, ओबीसी पिछड़ों के रूप में उनकी एक पहचान बनी, तो कांग्रेस उसके बाद कभी भी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ केंद्र में अपनी सरकार कभी भी नहीं बना पाई। आप ये गणित समझिए, 1990 में ओबीसी समाज को आरक्षण मिला, ओबीसी की अलग अलग जातियों का संख्या बल एक साथ जुट गया, तो उसके बाद से कांग्रेस आज तक लोकसभा में 250 सीटें भी नहीं जीत पाई है। इसलिए कांग्रेस ओबीसी की सभी जातियां, ओबीसी की जो सामूहिक ताकत बनी है ना, उसको तोड़ना चाहती है और ओबीसी की ताकत को तोड़कर उन्हें सैकड़ों अलग अलग जातियों में बांटना देना चाहती है। अब जैसे यहां हमारे बोकारो धनबाद में, हमारे उत्तरी छोटा नागपुर में 125 से अधिक ओबीसी जातियां हैं। आज वो ओबीसी के रूप में जानी जाती है, उनकी पहचान ओबीसी है, उनकी ताकत ओबीसी है। और ये 125 जातियां, जैसे यहां यादव है, कुर्मी महतो है, तेली है, कोयरी कुशवाहा है, नोनिया है, बिंद है, सोनार है, राजभर है, प्रजापति कुम्हार है, माली है, मल्लाह है, पासी है, लोहार विश्वकर्मा है, चौहान है, नाई नाऊ है, बुइयार है, कहार चंद्रवंशी है, रोनियार पंसारी है। ओबीसी के तौर पर इनकी एकजुटता देश के विकास की बड़ी ताकत बना है। लेकिन कांग्रेस, जेएमएम वाले यहां यादव को कुर्मी से, तेली को कोयरी कुशवाहा से, नोनिया को बिंद से, सोनार को लोहार से, राजभर को प्रजापति कुम्हार से, माली को मल्लाह से, पासी को चौहान से, नाई नाव को भुइयार से और भुइयार को कहार चंद्रवंशी से ये आपस में लड़ाना चाहती है। ये चाहते हैं कि ओबीसी की छोटी छोटी जातियां खुद को ओबीसी मानना छोड़ दे और अपनी अपनी जातियों में ही उलझे रहे। मैं जरा आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या आप चाहते हैं कि यहां का ओबीसी समाज भी 125 टुकड़ों में टूट जाए? आपको मंजूर है? पूरी ताकत से बताइए, मंजूर है? ऐसा अगर टूट गए तो आपकी आवाज कमजोर होगी कि नहीं होगी? कोई भी नहीं चाहता है कि समाज बिखरे, समाज छोटे छोटे टुकड़ों में बढ़ जाए। और इसलिए हमें ये हमेशा याद रखना है, एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे, एक रहेंगे तो एक रहेंगे तो एक रहेंगे तो साथियों, झारखंड के नौजवान बहुत बड़ी संख्या में सेना में है। जम्मू कश्मीर में आतंक के दौर में हमने अनेक जवानों को खोया है। इसका बहुत बड़ा कारण जम्मू कश्मीर में 370 की दीवार थी। मोदी ने 370 की उस दीवार को हमेशा हमेशा के लिए जमीन में गाड़ दिया है। लेकिन कांग्रेस और उनके साथियों को ये पसंद नहीं आया है। अब आपको पता नहीं होगा, देश आजाद हुआ, देश को संविधान मिला, संविधान के 75 वर्ष मना रहे हैं हम, लेकिन देश के 7 दशक तक जम्मू कश्मीर में बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का संविधान लागू नहीं होता था। वहां आदिवासियों को आरक्षण नहीं मिलता था, वहां दलितों को आरक्षण नहीं मिलता था। 7 दशक तक जम्मू कश्मीर में अलग विधान चलता था। क्यों? इन्होंने 370 की ऐसी दीवार बनाई थी कि बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान वहां जा नहीं सकता था, पहुंच नहीं सकता था। मोदी ने 370 की दीवार गिराकर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के संविधान को जम्मू कश्मीर में पहुंचा दिया, लागू कर दिया। आपने देखा होगा अभी वहां चुनाव हुए, वहां के मुख्यमंत्री ने पहली बार हिंदुस्तान आजाद होने के बाद पहली बार जम्मू कश्मीर के मुख्यमंत्री ने बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के संविधान की शपथ ली है, पहली बार। ये बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर को मोदी की श्रद्धांजलि है। अभी सरकार बनी है, कांग्रेस और उसके साथियों ने आते ही उन्होंने अपना खेल खेलना शुरू किया है। जम्मू कश्मीर विधानसभा में कांग्रेस और उसकी सरकार ने 370 फिर से वापस लाने का प्रस्ताव पारित किया है। और ये जेएमएम है, ये भी इनको समर्थन दे रही है। ये जम्मू कश्मीर से बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के संविधान को फिर से जम्मू कश्मीर से बाहर निकालना चाहते हैं। ये दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों को फिर से उनके हक से वंचित करना चाहते हैं। ये हमारे सैनिकों को फिर से आतंक की आग में झोंकना चाहते हैं। मैं जरा मेरे झारखंड के नौजवानों से पूछना चाहता हूं, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या मेरे झारखंड के भाई बहन कांग्रेस का ये पाप आपको मंजूर है? साथियों, आपके सहयोग से भाजपा यहां झारखंड में हो रही घुसपैठ पर भी लगाम लगाएगी। आपकी बेटियां सुरक्षित हो, आपकी जमीन सुरक्षित हो, इसके लिए यहां भाजपा एनडीए की सरकार बहुत जरूरी है। साथियों, हमें ऐसा झारखंड बनाना है जो देश के टॉप के समृद्ध राज्यों में गिना जाए। हमें मिलकर झारखंड के हर परिवार तक समृद्धि पहुंचानी है। और इसलिए मैं आपके आशीर्वाद मांगने आया हूं, मैं आपकी मदद मांगने आया हूं। इसलिए आपको भाजपा, आजसू, जेडीयू और एलजेपी के उम्मीदवारों को भारी मत से विजयी बनाना है। और आपको, मेरे लिए तो आप ही मोदी है, और आपको मोदी के नाते ही घर घर मेरा ये संदेश पहुंचाना है। आप घर घर जाएंगे, पक्का जाएंगे, रोटी, माटी और बेटी की पुकार पहुंचाएंगे। साथियों, आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आए, हमें आशीर्वाद देने पहुंचे, मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win
mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations. Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
Well, the Battle of Jharkhand, it is heating up. Prime Minister Modi there campaigning in poll-bound Jharkhand. Prime Minister was holding a public rally in Bokaro where he attacked the JMM and said that JMM snatched the basic rights of the people, and he also reiterated, "Ek hai to safe hai" call.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं
Well, hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Shah. The battle of Maharashtra as well as Jharkhand. It is heating up. The Prime Minister was there in Jharkhand. He was addressing a public rally in Bokaro, where he in fact attacked the JMM, saying that JMM snatched the basic rights of the people. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he in fact launched he released the manifesto of for the upcoming Maharashtra elections. We'll get you all those details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. The battle for Jharkhand heats up as Prime Minister Modi campaigns in poll-bound Jharkhand. Prime Minister addresses a public rally in Bokaro, where he attacks the JMM, saying that JMM snatched the basic rights of the people. He reiterated, "Ek hai to safe hai" call. Nitin Gadkari speaks exclusively to NDTV and says that Congress changed the constitution during emergency and that he will not let anyone change the constitution. Union Home Minister Amit Shah releases BJP's manifesto for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections. He announces loan waivers for farmers and stipend for students and women. BJP promises to make Maharashtra AI hub and trillion-dollar economy. Meanwhile, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge launches the manifesto for Mahavikas Aghadi. The focus is on farmers and women empowerment. Three encounters in Jammu and Kashmir in the last 24 hours. One terrorist has been killed in Sopore, while two security personnel, including a JCO, injured in Kishtwar. Pollution woes rise in the national capital as well as the maximum city, Mumbai. AQI still in very poor category. Delhi deploys mist drones to tackle smog hazard. Veteran Tamil actor Delhi Ganesh dies at the age of 80. Ganesh acted in 400 films in southern cinema, spanning over his decades-long career with prominent supporting roles. Well, the big story that we are tracking at the top of this hour, Prime Minister Modi, he is in poll-bound Jharkhand, where he kick-started the BJP's poll campaign. Prime Minister was addressing a rally in Bokaro, where he invoked the Roti, Beti and Mati call ahead of the very crucial Jharkhand elections. Prime Minister Modi also, in fact, attacked the JMM, saying that the JMM snatched the basic rights of the people of Jharkhand. Remember, Jharkhand goes to polls in 2 phases. The voting in Jharkhand will take place on 13th of November as well as 20th of November. So the Prime Minister there kick-starting BJP's campaign in Jharkhand. Prime Minister Modi was in Bokaro, where he addressed a public rally. He in fact attacked the JMM as well as the alliance there, saying that JMM snatched away the rights of the basic rights of the people there. And he also in fact invoked the Roti, Beti and Mati call ahead of the polls. Prime Minister Modi was addressing this public rally in Bokaro. And remember, Jharkhand, it goes to polls in 2 phases. The voting in Jharkhand will take place on the 13th of November as well as on the 20th of November. And my colleague Prabhakar joins us to get us more on this. Prabhakar, Prime Minister has kick-started his campaign, his poll campaign in Jharkhand, and it was a very fiery speech there.
Yeah, very fiery, and he came down heavily on the corruption, the prevailing corruption in Jharkhand, especially the sand mining issue was very strongly raised by Prime Minister Modi, and he also touched upon the poll narrative which was set by Home Minister Amit Shah. He had been talking in Ranchi last 2 days, and we saw him talking about the tribal issues, the issues of reservation to OBCs and Dalits and backwards, and making a point there that the JMM was trying to settle down infiltrators, illegal migrants from Bangladesh, and that would snatch away not only the resources meant for the tribals, but also the reservation quota would be tampered and it would be given to minorities. So this is the issue which Amit Shah has actually raised in Ranchi, and Prime Minister reiterated that from the dais today in Bokaro, and he also came down heavily not only on the corruption but also on the reservation issue and how the JMM and the Congress combined was trying to snatch away the reservation quota of the Dalits and OBCs in Jharkhand and also the tribals. Remember, for Jharkhand, the tribals is the most important, most crucial vote bank, which both the factions, the India Alliance and the NDA Alliance, they're eyeing, and they know very well that whosoever actually is able to win the confidence of the tribal voters, the Dalit voters over there, they'll be able to sail through. That's the reason why in every speech of all the major political factions and all the big leaders speaking out, whether it's a Prime Minister, Home Minister, or for that matter, Rahul Gandhi or Hemant Soren, they all talk about these issues. So it's basically a war, actually a kind of a battle to win over the tribal votes in Jharkhand.
All right, Prabhakar Kumar, thank you very much for getting us all the latest, and we'll keep coming back to you as things develop there in Jharkhand. Meanwhile, in Maharashtra, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he unveiled the BJP's manifesto for the upcoming assembly elections there. The BJP's manifesto, it described as a vision document. It outlined several initiatives, including support for farmers, the Ladki Behan Yojana, and healthcare, as well as employment opportunities for the youth. The BJP says it aims to make Maharashtra a hub for AI and fintech, and Nagpur, Nashik and Pune will be made aerospace hubs, making the state a $1 trillion economy. Amit Shah also announced that the BJP will bring about a strict law in order to combat forced conversions. Listen in.
आमचे पहिले 10 मुद्दे हे जो आम्ही महायुतीचा 10 कलमी कार्यक्रम म्हणून घोषित केला तेच 10 मुद्दे आमचे असणार आहेत, ज्याच्यामध्ये लाडक्या बहिणींना पुढच्या काळामध्ये 1500च्या ऐवजी 2100 रुपये देण्याचा आमचा संकल्प आहे. शेतकऱ्यांची कर्जमाफी करण्याचा आमचा संकल्प आहे, कारण शेतकऱ्यांना आम्ही ऑलरेडी मोफत वीज दिलेली आहे.
अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका, सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है. महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है, और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी, और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आएंगे। आज चुनाव में हमारा मुकाबला अघाड़ी से है। मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली विचारधारा है।
All right, my colleague Anuj Raithe joins us to get us more on this. Anuj, apart from attacking the Mahavikas Aghadi, anti-conversion law is something that the BJP is banking on there.
Well, yes, you look at the approach that the entirety of the Mahyuti is having since last couple of days of their campaigning. Community, identity, all of these have become very important keywords for them, and they are definitely trying to play it up on, be it the different slogans given by the leaders of or at the state level and in BJP or at the national level, and that is surely what they would want. But I'm here present at the Trident Hotel, where just a while back we saw that the Mahavikas Aghadi put forth their manifesto, and it is called Maharashtra Nama. And in this particular document, they've tried to highlight several important sectors where they'll be aiming the development. Several dignitaries from across the parties, especially Mallikarjun Kharge, K.C. Venugopal and all, all of these important dignitaries from the national level were also present when this document was being released here by Mahavikas Aghadi. Now, this particular document is very easily be divided into three halves. Firstly, they've put forth goals which they would like to achieve in the first 100 days after forming the government. In that, a priority has been given to the women here in the state. As we can see that, taking issues which are about women, be it the women's safety issues, be it about monetary help to women in some sort of the other, has been the trend with which several state governments in the country are approaching. It started all in Karnataka and then moved across different states. So we can see that several provisions will be introduced according to the MV if they are elected to power in the first 100 days, which involve free bus rides, educational institutions for women, providing 1 lakh rupees to a girl child after she is born and completes 18 years of age, amongst many other things.
Right.
So what the Mahavikas Aghadi is looking at the moment is sustainable development, as they've mentioned in their manifesto as well.
Right. We'll come back after a very short break and speak about the Mahavikas Aghadi's manifesto as well. Meanwhile, the Home Minister has released the BJP's manifesto ahead of the crucial elections there. We'll get you all those details, but just we'll take a very short break. We'll be back with more.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be
Welcome back. The Mahavikas Aghadi, in the meanwhile, has also released its poll manifesto. The Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge, while releasing the manifesto, slammed the Prime Minister as well, saying that the Prime Minister, the BJP will in fact is lying to the people of Maharashtra. And he also said that the Mahavikas Aghadi, if voted to power, they will increase quota beyond 50%. He in fact also mentioned that the Prime Minister is dividing the country and instigating unrest within the country. Remember, Maharashtra goes to polls on the 20th of November.
हम नौकरी चाहने वाला युवाओं को 4,000 रुपए का मंथली स्टाइपेंड दे रहे हैं ताकि वो नौकरी के तलाश में रहकर बहुत अपना समय गुजारता है और उसको पैसे नहीं रहते, जहाँ नौकरियां आते हैं, एम्प्लॉयमेंट की नोटिफिकेशन होते हैं, पहुंच नहीं सकते, उसीलिए उसको अपने 4,000 रुपए मंथली स्टाइपेंड देंगे। स्किल डेवलपमेंट में भी अगर उनको कहीं रखना है रख देंगे। ये काम हम दे रहे हैं। हमारा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस स्कीम जो है 25 लाख का है। जैसा हमारे एक गहलोत है क्या, गहलोत जी ने शुरू किया था ये राजस्थान में। हम किसी की स्कीम चोरी नहीं किए, हम अपना ये स्कीम यहाँ भी लागू कर रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र में। तो 25 लाख रुपए इंश्योरेंस, हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस और फ्री मेडिसिन ये हम देंगे, ये हमारा वादा है। फिर राजस्थान में जैसा ये चिरंजीवी योजना थी, 90% अधिक आबादी को ये लाभ वहां मिला, यहाँ भी उतना ही लाभ 90% के नजदीक सबको मिलेगा। और ये सब सम्मति से हमने ये स्कीम लागू करने का तय किया है। अब समाज में जितने भी बाधाएं हैं, सबको उन बाधाओं को निकाल के फेयर अपॉर्चुनिटी देना और उनको उनके स्तर पर यानी जातीय जनगणना करने का हमने फैसला लिया है। और जो 50% सीलिंग है उसको भी हम हटाएंगे, जैसा कि तमिलनाडु में 50% सीलिंग हटाया है। जो गरीबों को मिलना चाहिए उसका जैसा ये किया।
Time now for a very short break, but after the break we'll come back and try and analyze the Mahavikas Aghadi's manifesto as well with my colleague Anuj Rathi. Time for a very short break now.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
शिवाजी महाराज की त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन.
Welcome back. The Mahavikas Aghadi has in fact also released its poll manifesto. The Congress chief has slammed the Prime Minister Modi and called him a liar. He also said that if Mahavikas Aghadi comes to power, he will increase the quota of the quota by 50%, beyond 50%. In fact, I've got my colleague Anuj right there. Anuj, just break it down for us. How do you analyze this particular manifesto by the Mahavikas Aghadi?
If you look at it as an independent document, it serves, pretty much similar purposes to what Mahyuti document does, because the focus of both the parties or the focus of both the alliance is primarily on the women, is primarily on the farmers and the youth of the country. So you see that a lot of stress has been put on job creation, a rigorous mechanism being put in place as far as at least an attempt for women's security is concerned, and creating several committees which would either suggest or implement different sorts of visions for the state. Now, talking about vision, we saw how earlier Mahyuti government or Mahyuti alliance put forth a point of Vision 2029 for Maharashtra. And now, similarly, Mahavikas Aghadi has also put Maharashtra 2030. What they attempt to do is to try and create a sustainable development goals and achieve them, which has been laid down by the United Nations. And through it, the Mahavikas Aghadi partners are trying to look at holistic development in different zones, primarily at agriculture, as far as the women issues are concerned, and also more importantly in the urban development matters as well. We saw how there was a lot of stress being put on the fact that it's not just the economic development that is important for the state of Maharashtra, but also the human development index and the overall welfare of the people that will be highlighted. Now, these are the technical points. Talking about what Mallikarjun Kharge spoke about before. We've got Mr. K.C. Venugopal with us. Mr. Venugopal, we saw that just a couple of days ago, Prime Minister Narendra Modi started his campaign here in Maharashtra, and since then he's been using the rhetoric of a red book. He's been using the rhetoric of Congress being.
That is why today Congress President exposed that clearly. If he is picking up the red book, is it a glory book? If Rahul Gandhi is taking that red book, that book becomes bogus. What is this argument? Actually, he himself is become a laughing stock by saying these things.
Sir, Congress talks about caste census. BJP released their manifesto just a couple of hours ago where they talked about skill census. Now they want to present skill census as opposed or as a counter to caste census.
We are the beginning itself. We are telling that they are against this caste census because they are worried about the results. Our fight is poor versus rich. They are representing for rich people. Congress and Mahavika Sakati here is representing for poor people. That's why you can see the manifesto. The manifesto clearly reflecting the poor people's agendas.
Thank you so much. This was Mr. K.C. Venugopal, who spoke about two important things. Firstly, about one rhetoric which Mallikarjun Kharge tried to expose here in front of everyone. That was about the Red Book. Now we see that since the last 2 days, Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister have been talking about the Red Book, and how Devendra Fadnavis also spoke about how the Congress party is trying to spread anarchy using a book which represents the color of Naxalism and which represents the color of quote-unquote anti-state actors. Now today, Mallikarjun Kharge and all the dignitaries who are present here at this, we've got Ashok Gehlot. It might be a little difficult.
All right.
We were talking about how the Red Book rhetoric was defeated,
All right, Anuj, we'll keep coming back to you and get those details from you. In the meanwhile, I'm currently joined by Professor Dr. Vivek Singh, political analyst. Sir, welcome to NDTV. How do you compare the two manifestos here? Which one, in your opinion, will resonate more with the people of Maharashtra?
Yeah, for the people of Maharashtra and for the people of India, the most important thing is the winning of this election. And we know the importance of Maharashtra election. Ultimately, it will push, it may be Mahavikas Aghadi or maybe Mahyuti. So Congress and BJP both are trying to do the level best so that they can have it. Because Maharashtra is very important as far as economic development is concerned, and Mumbai is the financial capital of India. So it's a very crucial election that we are going to have in a week. So as far as Sankalp Patra is concerned, because manifesto is very important, and on the basis of your manifesto, you will go with the public and you will make promise. So ultimately, promise making is very important, and we know that in politics, you are going to fulfill or not. That is a different thing. But the promise has to be made and it has to be realistic. So as far as the BJP Sankalp Patra is concerned, they have tried, and from the economic point of view, they have tried that our economy means Maharashtra GST right now about $30 billion, and they are promising that in next 5 years they are going to make it $1 trillion economy. So that is the one economic aspect that is reflected in the BJP Sankalp Patra. Second is that they have already started and people are getting the benefit, and 1,500 benefit that the women are getting, and they are saying that they will hike to 2,100. And important thing is that right now we are using artificial intelligence. So it is, and they have promised that they will make hub the Maharashtra as far as AI is concerned. And they have also targeted the old age people, and they are saying that they will hike to a pension up to 2,100. And most important thing is that because of the essential commodities, price will not increase, and they have promised that it will be stabilized. And as far as job creation is concerned, 25 new jobs are being provided, that is being reflected in the Sankalp Patra, and 10,000 rupees will be given as stipend to the students, and to the more than 10 lakh students are going to be benefited as per the Sankalp Patra. So they have also given importance to the infrastructure development, because 45,000 roads are going to be connected with the roads, and there is also one promise that 30% reduction will be in the electricity bill. So there will be more focus on the renewable energy. And Lakpati Didi, because they have also women-centric manifesto. So 50 lakh Lakpati Didi are going to be made. And second,
all right,
just I will take 10 seconds. As
yes,
far as Congress is concerned, they have only promised that they will give the insurance cover, health insurance, 50,000 loans waiver will be given to them, and free service will be given, bus service to the female. And most important thing is Mahalakshmi Yojana they are going to start, and it will give 3,000 per month to the women of the state. So
all
ultimately, there are more fees, more subsidies are being promised. But I am sure that because GDP and debt ratio of Maharashtra is concerned, it's very high. How they are going to make the promise successful, I'm not sure about that.
All right, Professor Dr. Vivek Singh, thank you very much for joining us with your views. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And finally, Home Minister Amit Shah releases BJP's manifesto for the Maharashtra Assembly elections. He announces loan waivers for farmers, stipend for students and women. BJP also promises to make Maharashtra AI hub and a $1 trillion economy.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by
Hello everyone, welcome to the special election edition from the city of Mumbai. In fact, I'm in Colaba, one of Mumbai's most iconic and historic constituencies. This constituency is a mix of culture, heritage and modernity. In fact, it perfectly blends old world charm and fast-paced dynamism of Maximum City. We start at the Gateway of India, a symbol of Mumbai's colonial past and a gathering point for tourists and locals alike. Just look at this mighty arch, the monument that there is, a symbol of Mumbai's colonial past. This has witnessed history from royal visits to departure of British troops in 1947. Today, it stands as a proud emblem of city spirit. In fact, this monument was built in 1924. Detailed stone carvings, what you're seeing, evoking a sense of colonial era, when this was in fact the grand entry point to India for British viceroys and dignitaries. You can just sense the grandeur and history that the iconic monument embodies. It of course is rising 26 meters high. Now this majestic arch, of course, framing this Arabian Sea, offering stunning views of water and boats bobbing along the shore. Of course, today it is a bustling spot. It is a bustling spot for both tourists and locals alike. They come to admire the symbol of Mumbai's past. Just look at the sheer number of people here who've come to admire not just the monument, the architecture, but also the sea right next to it. Of course, there are ferry rides also that go from here to other parts of Mumbai and outside of Mumbai as well. So this is the sheer architecture and a symbol of colonial era as far as the area of Colaba is concerned, Gateway of India overlooking the majestic sea. Let me also get in a word from a bunch of photographers who've been working here for the longest time outside of the Gateway of India. तो आप बताइए कितने सालों से इधर काम कर रहे हैं?
मैं तो 2001 से हूँ।
2001 से?
जी।
अच्छा, आप?
सब वही 2001
से। सर आप बताइए।
89।
हाँ?
89
से। अच्छा, कोलाबा कैसे बदली है अभी इतने सालों से?
बहुत खूबसूरत बन चुकी है।
बहुत खूबसूरत। और लोग पहले जितना आते थे अभी भी आ रहे हैं, क्या चेंजेस है इधर?
बहुत उससे ज्यादा आते हैं ना।
हाँ।
पहले से अभी भी ज्यादा आते हैं।
Right next to Gateway of India, standing tall and proud, is Taj Mahal Palace Hotel, a symbol of heritage, luxury and resilience. Despite the devastating 26/11 attacks, Taj rose from the ashes, reopening its doors with even greater strength, symbolizing Mumbai's never give up spirit. You can see the striking facade that overlooks Arabian Sea, featuring grand dome, intricate stonework and elegant arches. In fact, Taj over the last several decades has been host of dignitaries, host of celebrities and tons of world leaders over the last several years. In fact, it is not just a symbol of heritage and luxury, but also a symbol of Indian hospitality industry. Standing tall and proud is Taj Mahal Hotel in Colaba. The bustling Colaba Causeway, a commercial hub that embodies vibrancy as well as diversity of this constituency. As you can see, this entire street is lined with all kinds of shops that sells jewelry, clothes to shoes and bags. Let's go across to some of these people here. It also has cafes, old and new, restaurants, old and new. So clearly a commercial hub of sorts as far as Colaba constituency is concerned. Let's find out what these shop owners want. How long have you been running the business? Since elections are coming, what are some of your requests and demands to the regime?
This is my shop from 60 years now, and I'm doing this imitation jewelry from 18 years now.
Okay.
मुझे बस इतना ही कहना है गवर्नमेंट से कि क्लीन गवर्नमेंट आवे और मेजोरिटी में आवे जो अच्छा काम करे।
और लेकिन आपके बिजनेस वाइज कैसे है कंपेयर टू प्रीवियस इयर्स? ऑनलाइन के कंपेयर करें?
ऑनलाइन में भी फ़र्क पड़ा है और टूरिस्ट आने बंद हो गया अभी एकदम, क्योंकि महंगाई बहुत बढ़ गई है। तो जब डॉलर का रेट बढ़ जाता है तो रुपीस डाउन होता है, तो इधर कस्टमर्स पहले जैसे नहीं आते इधर हमारे यहाँ, क्योंकि यहाँ बहुत महंगा हो चुका है, होटल्स और वो सब। वो हिसाब से भी फ़र्क पड़ा है। और रिसेशन अभी ये टाइम 2 साल से जब से 26/11 अटैक हुआ तब से टूरिस्ट आने बंद हो गया हमारे पास। जो है वो लोकल कस्टमर से ही बिजनेस होता है।
Now we turn our attention to Sassoon Docks in Colaba, one of city's oldest docks and a very vital and integral part of the city's fishing industry. In fact, this was established in 1875. Docks have been the lifeline for fishing community of Colaba, providing livelihoods for generations. In fact, the bustling atmosphere of the docks reflect the hard work and resilience of the people here. Of course, there are important concerns about modernization, environmental sustainability. So residents here and in fact fishermen community here hoping that leadership balances development, their livelihood and preserving the traditional way of life. So we will go across to some of these fishermen community to understand what their concerns are and what has been hampering their livelihood over the last several years and how are they managing the business considering the challenges in these days. Let's go straight across to some of them. तो हम कोलाबा का प्रोफाइल कर रहे हैं, ससून डॉक के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। तो इधर जो फिशरमैन कम्युनिटी है उनका क्या मांग है? अभी इलेक्शन आने वाला।
इलेक्शन तो उन लोगों को क्या है, मोदी अच्छा रहना मांगता है और कोली लोग को थोड़ा सपोर्ट करना मांगता है ना। इधर सब इलेक्शन चलते टाइम पर ये चलता है, बाद में कुछ देखता नहीं ना कोई। अभी ये बंद होने वाला बोलता है बंद होएगा, लेकिन बंद नहीं होएगा ना वो।
हाँ, तो अभी पहले कुछ सालों से अभी कितना फर्क है बिजनेस में?
इसमें 60-70% फर्क पड़ गया है।
अच्छा।
हाँ।
क्यों? लेकिन क्यों?
उधर उन लोगों को परिवर्तन है, इधर लोग मच्छी को भाव नहीं, ये नहीं, इसलिए वो करंट जगह है ना कई लोग, बोट वाला
लोग छोड़ के गांव चले गए थे।
हाँ, गाँव चले गए, उधर बिजनेस चालू कर दिया ना उन लोगों ने, वो करंजा उरन के पास उधर।
तो अभी क्या, अभी एक दो मांग अगर अभी देना है अगले गवर्नमेंट को, तो क्या होगा वो?
अभी मांग देना होएगा तो उन लोगों को थोड़ा सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा गवर्नमेंट में, उनको थोड़ा डीजल का भाव, ये भाव भी बढ़ गया ना बहुत डीजल का, उनको लोगों को भी परवड़ता नहीं ना, कंपनी भी मच्छी को भाव देना मांगता है ना, कंपनी भाव देगा तो उन लोगों को भी परवड़ेगा।
तो मच्छीमार को थोड़ा मदद करने का, दूसरा कुछ नहीं मांगता है हम लोग को, सरकार से हम लोग को कुछ नहीं मांगता है, और हम लोग को लड़का लोग घर में ना उसको नौकरी दो। अभी मच्छीमार हम लोग का कुछ रह गए नहीं, मच्छी भी नहीं ना कुछ भी नहीं है, सब वोट गए करंजे में, वो लोग को नौकरी देगा तो हम लोग उसको वोट देंगे। अभी हम लोग को नार्वेकर ही साथ देते हैं, दूसरा कोई नहीं इधर है, और नार्वेकर है जब भी इधर है हम लोग का है।
आपका धंधा अभी कैसे चल रहा है?
धंधा ही ना चलता है, ये देख सुबह से कितना काटेल है, देख ये देख, ये देख कितना है, 130 रुपए से काटेल है। कितना बजे आया? 6 बजे। फिर क्या करेगा? मेरा तो आदमी नहीं है, कमाने वाला मेरा कोई नहीं, मेरा 2 बच्चे हैं, वो घर में है, उसका बच्चा लोग को देखेगा क्या, उसका मम्मी को देखेगा। अभी तू ही बोल, कोई देखने वाला है हम लोग का? वो लोग इतना महंगा हो गया है, सब चावल का भाव, तेल का भाव, सिलेंडर का भाव, लाइट बिल इतना आता है। हाँ, अरे 130 रुपए में क्या कमाएंगे हम लोग?
Kolaba is a constituency that embraces history while looking towards the future. In fact, as elections approach, the needs of its diverse population, including fishermen, business owners, and cultural preservers, will be at the forefront of electoral conversation. With video journalist Mahesh Halwai, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
Standing in Dadar, this is considered to be the OG Marathi suburb of Mumbai. It was put together in the late 19th century after the infamous Bombay plague. If you go around the narrow lanes of Dadar region here, you'll find a beautiful mix of Gujarati, Marathi, Parsi, and even North Indian culture when it comes to how people dress, how people talk, and also how people eat their food. You saw Shiv Sena Bhavan on your screen a while back, and that is because this is also the birthplace of Shiv Sena back in the year 1966. Now we'll go around this region trying to talk to people about several things, be it politics, sports, vada pav of course, and try and understand what is it that Dadar people expect from their representatives before the upcoming elections. In a cricket crazy country like ours, if you ask me to spot that one location which kind of captures the spirit of Indian cricket, I would always bring you here, the Shivaji Park. While the Lord's Cricket Stadium might be located hundreds and thousands of kilometers away from this place towards the west of our globe, but the Lord himself started his career here in our very own Shivaji Park. And as you can see around me, there are several youngsters here on a bright morning practicing either for recreation or for competitive sport. Now we'll try and talk to them about what does Shivaji Park mean to them and what does cricket mean to Mumbai. मुंबई का क्रिकेट कल्चर है वो पूरे देश से या फिर पूरे दुनिया भर से अलग क्यों माना जाता है और उसमें शिवाजी पार्क का भी एक बहुत बड़ा अहम रोल है?
वो उसका एक मेन रीज़न इसलिए है क्योंकि जो एक क्रिकेट का जो एक क्रेज़ है, जो एक क्रिकेट की जो एक बोलते हैं ना क्रेज़ है, वो इंडिया में तो माने थे पर महाराष्ट्र में इसको बहुत अलग लेवल पे लेके गया गया है। अभी जैसे इंडिया में रणजी जो होता है तो उसमें महाराष्ट्र ने काफ़ी बार जीता। क्यों? क्योंकि अपने प्लेयर्स को उस तरीके से फैसिलिटीज़ देना और उनको उस तरीके से खिलाना, इसलिए उनके प्लेयर्स और फिर जो यहाँ का इन्वायरमेंट है महाराष्ट्र का वो एकदम मोटिवेटिंग है।
Besides its political and sporting history, this Shivaji Park area is also known as a recreational area. You see people of all ages and of all kinds coming here to just have a good time on the mornings and also in the evenings.
I am living in Dadar near about 40 years. And my father and my father also living in Dadar. That means 100 and above year. यहाँ पे जो अभी बिल्डिंगें दिखते हैं वो बिल्डिंगें नहीं थी. यहाँ पे पहले वाड़ी रहती थी और वाड़ी में चाल रहती थी और कौल के घर रहते थे. उसमें नारियल के पेड़, आम के पेड़, अपना कुआं, ये सब सारी चीज़ें आज भी है. लेकिन जो चेंज हुआ है, जैसे सीडीए में मोबाइल से एंड्रॉयड मोबाइल में जैसे चेंज हुआ है, वैसे दादर में भी चेंज हुआ है. यहाँ पे अभी सोसाइटी बन गई है और बड़े बड़े टावर बन गए हैं, लग्जरियस टावर बन गए हैं. अभी आपके सामने ये जो छत्रपति शिवाजी राजे मैदान है, ये खुला मैदान था. अभी यहाँ पे बहुत सारे देखो आजू बाजू में है ना, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे ना बांधकाम हो गए हैं. चौपाटी समुंदर दादर चौपाटी है, वहाँ पे दादर चौपाटी में पहले बहुत बड़ी जो अपन बोलते हैं उसको रेत रहती थी, पीले कलर की रेत रहती थी. माहिम से लेकर वर्ली तक वो रेत रहती थी पीले कलर की. खाली दादर चौपाटी आपको खुली दिखेगी, बाकी सब वहाँ पे सब पैक हुआ है.
The first thing that they should put the hook on the roads. Some roads, the VIP roads are okay, but some roads, many roads are there which are going internally. They are very in bad condition. The second thing, the cleanliness is quite satisfied, but they should improve more. They can do more on that.
Thousands of people come here from across the state and from across the country to pay respect to the great man. But if you ask me about my personal experience of coming to Chaitya-Bhumi, it has always been about books. You see, of course, a lot of these stalls are closed now because it is peak afternoon hours. But these stalls have some of the best Marathi literature works as far as literature is concerned, as far as history and even religion is concerned. ताई, आप मुझे बताइए कि आप कितने सालों से ये स्टॉल आपने लगाया हुआ है?
मेरे को तो 20-25 साल हो गए हैं.
20-25 साल से आप स्टॉल पे
है. हाँ.
आप मुझे बताइए कि यहाँ पे मैं देख रहा हूँ कि बहुत सारी अलग अलग तरीके की किताबें, कार्ल मार्क्स से लेके बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर से लेके छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज तक, तो कैसी कैसी किताबें हमें इन स्टॉल्स में मिल सकती है?
सब पूरा हिंदी, मराठी, इंग्लिश सब बाबा साहब का मिलेगा पूरा किताब. हाँ. जिसमें संविधान, माझी आत्मकथा, धम्म, बुद्धिस्ट धम्म, पूर्णिमाचे महत्व, शिवाजी कौन फकीर, ये सब मिलते हैं उसमें.
ये जो जगह है चैत्य-भूमि, यहाँ पे आप पहले कितनी बार आ चुके हैं और इस जगह के बारे में ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ें जो आपको इतनी अच्छी लगती है कि आप यहाँ पे बार बार आते हैं?
ये जगह पे हम साल में 2-3 बार आते ही आते हैं. लेकिन 6 दिसंबर को हम इधर बाबा साहब को आदरांजलि, श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए आते हैं. ये हमारा शक्ति स्थान है. यहाँ जग भर से भीम अनुयायी हर साल, कोई मुंबई में आया तो इधर आता ही है, बोले तो आता है.
There is a famous saying here in Dadar, डर के आगे जीत है और दादर के आगे सीट है. And the reason why this saying has become, or this meme has become so popular, is because of this railway station. The famous Dadar railway station, which will be crowded at all hours because all the trains which come from the northern suburbs of the city and travel their way down towards either CSMT or Churchgate, most of them will empty themselves down here at the Dadar railway station. We're standing on a flyover bridge, and on one side we have the Dadar railway station and the other side we have the iconic Dadar market. Now this Dadar market is considered to be one of the oldest markets here in the city. You'll find everything here, and when I say everything, I mean everything. From electronics to books, from vegetables to textiles, clothes, and all of those things you can find here at the most reasonable rates. That is why at every given point of time of the day, you'll see the streets here very busy and crowded. जो दादर मार्केट में इतनी भीड़ आती है, ज़्यादा भीड़ मतलब ज़्यादा कंपटीशन?
नहीं, कंपटीशन की भी रहती है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन फायदे की होती है. कोविड के बाद है ना, भीड़ ज़्यादा अभी बढ़ने लगेगी. थोड़ा बीच में गए 1-2 साल में कम थी, अभी 1 साल में तो ज़्यादा ही लग रही है.
When we talk about Dadar, we have to talk about Vada Pav. We were at Shiv Sena Bhavan a while back, and the journey of Shiv Sena as a party and Vada Pav in Mumbai has to go parallel to one another. In the decade of 60s or 70s, when the Marathi youth of the state did not have a lot of employment opportunities, a lot of people took up to selling Vada Pavs on the streets. Of course, things have changed now, fortunately, and the youth has become slightly more prosperous and the employment opportunities have grown by a bit. But the popularity of Vada Pav has still not died in Dadar. Rather, it has spread itself across not just the state or the country, but pretty much across the world. We are standing outside Ashok Vada Pav. This is considered to be one of the most iconic Vada Pav centers here in Mumbai. On several occasions, you'll see several celebrities, sports personalities and film actors and actresses standing in long queues outside Ashok Vada Pav stall here just to get a bite of what is considered to be one of the most iconic Vada Pavs here in Mumbai. जो मुंबई के बाहर लोग रहते हैं, उनके लिए आप बताइए कि वड़ा पाव का क्या महत्व या क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है एक मुंबई करके लाइफ में?
इम्पॉर्टेंट की बात नहीं है, टेस्ट ही एक अलग है। अशोक वड़ा पाव का टेस्ट जो है ना एकदम डिफरेंट है। और मैं पिछले मेरे ख्याल से मैं 15 साल से आ रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, और मैं रहता हूँ बैंड्रा में, पर इधर आता हूँ तो वड़ा पाव खा के ही जाता हूँ। बहुत बढ़िया है।
Livability is a major concern in cities like Mumbai, and Dadar is no different. It has got all the pollution, so much of congestion, but people still get attracted to a place like this because it seems to have an inherent calm. And that is what the residents of Dadar want to be kept intact. They want their beaches to be clean, they want the pollution and construction to be controlled. Well, it is on the legislators to do it now, but this is what people living in Dadar have to say 1 month before they go to elect their new MLA. With camera person Praveen G. Rohit, this is Anuj Raith reporting from Dadar, Mumbai for NDTV.
Welcome to the vibrant heart of Mumbai suburbs, Juhu, known for its iconic beach, Juhu Beach, where we are right now. Juhu is a perfect blend of cultural heritage, food hotspot and must-visit places. But remember, Juhu is just not a tourist spot. It plays a very important role during election because this constituency has some most famous celebrities from industrialists, Bollywood stars, very well-known people stay here. So it becomes a very important part during elections.
Let's start with Juhu Beach, a go-to spot for Mumbaikars to relax and enjoy the sunset. Whether it's an early morning walk, an evening with family, or catching the sunset, it's all about those peaceful moments by the Arabian Sea.
कुछ लगता है कि कोई बदलाव आना चाहिए इस जगह में, क्योंकि आप लोग हमेशा आते हो, आपको क्या बदलाव, बिकॉज अभी इलेक्शन आ रहा है, ठीक है, तो आपकी बातें सुनेंगे लोग कि क्या आपको चाहिए कि यहाँ पे, बिकॉज आप एज टूरिस्ट आते हो?
हाँ, थोड़ा तो बदलाव आना चाहिए। जैसे जो पब्लिक आती है उनके लिए थोड़ा बैठने उठने का जगह अच्छा होना चाहिए और थोड़ा साफ़ सफाई क्लियर ऐसा थोड़ा होना चाहिए।
टूरिस्ट प्लेस है, पब्लिक प्लेस है, अपना फर्ज है अपने को क्लीन करना चाहिए। पब्लिक को समझना, मतलब आ रहे हो घूमने हो, डस्टबिन रखा है यहाँ पे, डस्टबिन को कैसे डालो, हम ही अपना देश खराब कर रहे।
और आपको कुछ लगता है कि सरकार को कुछ करना चाहिए आप लोगों के लिए, कि आप लोग फिशरमैन हो, यहाँ पे इतने सालों से आप लोग के पूर्वज भी यहीं पे रहते थे, हाँ। तो आप लोग के लाइफ के बेटरमेंट के लिए
सबके लिए करना चाहिए। मतलब जो है ना, जो गरीब लोग हैं, जो देखो छोटे बच्चे तो घूमते रोड पे देते, एक ही बात बोल दो सरकार को, उन लोग को कुछ करो, एजुकेशन फ्री करो, अच्छा हॉस्पिटल करो, उसको रहेगा कुछ प्रॉब्लम है उसको हेल्प करो।
Besides street food, Juhu is home to some of Mumbai's best restaurants and cafes. From breakfast spots to fine dining, there's something here for every foodie.
Oof, the October heat in Mumbai. I'm exhausted, which means it's time for a chai break. And what better place than this iconic Prithvi Theatre.
And while you're at the cafe, make sure to step into Prithvi Theatre, a cultural hub where you can catch live performances. Established by the legendary Kapoor family, this theatre has been a breeding ground for talent and artistic expression in Mumbai for decades.
Is there anything that you are unhappy about or want to change in your area as the elections are coming?
No, nothing about. We are very happy over here. All we are East Indian, we are living over here in Gautam. We are very happy what we are living from so many ancestors' time we are living over here. So we are very happy, thankful for everything what is as it is.
There have been so many development around this area, big buildings, constructions, everything, traffic, clubs, so many things.
They should not do all these things. They should not go, because when they are digging, they are going 40 feet, 60 feet, and that all stone is break, and we are not getting this all environment is very bad. Sake of that, they should not go underground.
Juhu is also a hotspot for Bollywood's biggest stars. Many of the industry's most famous celebrities call Juhu home, including Amitabh Bachchan, Akshay Kumar and Hrithik Roshan. It's common to see fans gathered outside their bungalows, hoping to catch a glimpse of their favorite actor. Whether you're strolling by the famous Jalsa or just walking around the neighborhood, you never know, you might just bump into someone.
Between all the chaos, Juhu is also the place where you will find a moment of serenity.
Visit the ISKCON temple, where you can experience spiritual calm amid the busy city. It's a peaceful retreat for devotees and tourists alike.
ये जो रास्ता है बहुत पैक्ड हो जाता है, एक ट्रैफिक है, आपको लगता है कि ये वाला कोई सुधार हो सकता है?
मैम अब तो क्या कर सकते हो, इतनी सारी बिल्डिंग्स बन चुकी है, यहाँ पर ऐसा कोई जगह है नहीं और पॉपुलेशन दिन को दिन बढ़ता जा रहा है और यहाँ डेवलप मुझे नहीं लगता कि यहाँ कुछ हो सकता है, क्योंकि अब आप देख रहे हो कि कोई ज़्यादा स्पेस है नहीं यहाँ पर कुछ करने जैसा और क्राउड बढ़ता जा रहा है। ऑन एन एवरेज घर में जितने मेंबर्स उतनी गाड़ियाँ हैं, तो ये है कि प्रशासन चाहे तो थोड़ा ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं।
सरकार को ये ध्यान देना चाहिए, कुछ गलियाँ कंजेस्टेड हैं और कुछ गलियों की सड़कें बहुत ख़राब है, इधर बारिश में बहुत दिक्कत होता है, तो उस पर काम करना चाहिए।
इतने सालों में आपने कोई इम्प्रूवमेंट देखा है?
इम्प्रूवमेंट ये देखा कि सिक्योरिटी काफ़ी अच्छी है, महिला इधर काफ़ी सुरक्षित है, किसी भी टाइम वो आ जा सकती हैं, उस मामले में काफ़ी अच्छा काम हुआ है। पुलिस अपने आप में बहुत अलर्ट रहती है इधर, तो उस मामले में बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ है।
Juhu, with its diverse mix of influential residents, celebrities, business leaders, and a vibrant middle-class community, reflects a range of voter concerns. As election season approaches, this constituency is sure to be closely watched. Reporting from Mumbai, this is Abira for NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world,
for the wars and for India-US relations. Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prime Minister Modi campaigns in poll-bound Jharkhand, where he addressed a rally in Bokaro. Prime Minister Modi attacks JMM and says that JMM snatched the basic rights of the people. He also reiterated, "Ek hai to safe hai" call. In an exclusive interview to NDTV, Milind Deora says that Congress changed the constitution during emergency and that the BJP won't let anyone change the constitution. Mr. Gadkari also spoke on Mahavikas Aghadi's misinformation campaign. He attacked Sharad Pawar and said that Sharad Pawar, as a chief minister, broke multiple alliances. Union Home Minister Amit Shah releases BJP's manifesto for the Maharashtra Assembly elections. He announces loan waivers for farmers, stipend for students and women. BJP also promises to make Maharashtra an AI hub and trillion-dollar economy. Meanwhile, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge launches the Mahavikas Aghadi's manifesto for the upcoming elections. The focus is on farmers and women empowerment. Veteran Tamil actor Delhi Ganesh dies at the age of 80. Ganesh acted in 400 films in southern cinema, spanning over his decades-long career with prominent supporting roles. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. Milind Deora. He spoke exclusively to NDTV on the battle for Maharashtra, and this on the day when BJP has released its manifesto. Mr. Gadkari, he said that he spoke about the misinformation campaign by the Mahavikas Aghadi in Lok Sabha, and he also mentioned that the BJP won't let anyone change the constitution and that the Congress, in fact, changed the constitution during emergency.
दो तीन बातें महाराष्ट्र में हुई है कि पिछली बार चुनाव में ये गलत प्रचार किया गया था कि हमारी पार्टी अगर चुनकर आएगी तो बाबा साहब का संविधान बदल देगी। बाद में ये झूठा प्रचार था। ना हम संविधान बदलने वाले हैं, ना बदलने का इरादा है, ना हम किसी को बदलने देंगे। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केशवानंद भारती केस में ऑलरेडी ये निर्णय आ गया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस और 10 न्यायमूर्ति ने दिया है कि साइलेंट फीचर्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कैन नॉट बी चेंज, जैसे लोकतंत्र, समाजवाद, धर्मनिरपेक्षता, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, फंडामेंटल राइट, तो बदल नहीं सकता। बाकी जो 2 पार्ट है उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इमरजेंसी में जब
इंदिरा जी चुनाव हार गई रायबरेली का, तो उस समय विशेष रूप से उन्होंने अपने खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संविधान को तोड़ मरोड़ कर रख दिया। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संविधान तोड़ा, बाद में जनता पार्टी ने आकर वो कलम रद्द की है। तो संविधान से छेड़छाड़ अगर किसी ने की है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने की, पर यहाँ अपप्रचार किया गया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान बदल देगी। जब कन्विंस नहीं किया जाता तो कंफ्यूज करने की कोशिश होती है, पर अब लोगों को मुद्दा साफ हुआ है, लोगों की गलतफहमियां भी दूर हुई है और लोकसभा के चुनाव के विषय अलग थे। इस समय निश्चित रूप से हमें एज है और हमारी अलायंस जीतेगी।
Well, as the battle for Maharashtra heats up, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he is in Maharashtra's Jalgaon, where he's conducting a public rally there. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
काम हमारी सरकार ने पूरा किया। नार पार गिरना परियोजना, इसका काम चालू किया। नासिक पुणे रेलवे को स्वीकृति दी। 55 ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार है, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है। और जब मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने, इन्होंने हिम्मत की थी। उरी और पुलवामा में इन्होंने हमला किया। पहले तो हमला करते थे तो कुछ नहीं होता था, मगर इस बार हमला किया, उनको मालूम नहीं पड़ा कि मोदी जी अभी प्रधानमंत्री है। भाइयों और बहनों, 10 ही दिन के अंदर पाकिस्तान के घर में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक कर आतंकवादियों का सफाया करने का काम हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी।
All right, the BJP and the Mahavikas Aghadi both have released their respective manifestos. The BJP's Sankalp Patra versus Mahavikas Aghadi's Maharashtra Nama. That's the battle for Maharashtra that we are talking about. Maharashtra polls, as far as the polls are concerned, the BJP has released its Sankalp Patra. In the meanwhile, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress chief, also released the Mahavikas Aghadi's manifesto. Mr. Kharge, he said that if voted to power, the Mahavikas Aghadi will increase the quota beyond 50%. This is Mahavikas Aghadi's promise of caste census in Maharashtra. In the meanwhile, the BJP, it promised that Maharashtra will have 50 lakh Lakpati Didis in the next 5 years. Listen in.
अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका, सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है।
अब समाज में जितने भी बाधाएं है, सबको उन बाधाओं को निकाल के फेयर अपॉर्चुनिटी देना और उनको उनके स्तर पर, यानी जातीय जनगणना करने का हमने फैसला लिया है और जो 50% सीलिंग है उसको भी हम हटाएंगे, जैसा कि तमिलनाडु में 50% सीलिंग हटाया है।
And my colleague Anuj Raite joins us to get us more on this. Anuj, we've heard both the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge on their respective manifestos. Now, in this battle of manifestos, which one is more likely to resonate with the people of Maharashtra?
more or less both the manifestos, as we've talked about it before as well, the difference is not much when you talk about the core principles that they are trying to address through these manifestos. We see that while on one side, the Bharatiya Janata Party is offering 2,100 rupees, on the other hand, Mahavikas Aghadi is offering 3,000. While we have a 2029 Maharashtra vision put forth by BJP, we've got Maharashtra 2030 vision put forth by Mahavikas Aghadi. But you see, there are still certain fundamental differences in the way one approaches the kind of administration or the kind of governance that we would like to see. Firstly, when you talk about the Bharatiya Janata Party, I think a major highlight from them was the fact that they would be, working to make or create as many as 25 lakh jobs here in Maharashtra in the next 5 years, and a majority of these jobs would be created from the sector of robotics, AI, aeronautics, and space. Now, these are the principles, these are the areas which the BJP and the Mahyuti as a whole will be looking at. Besides that, when you talk about farmers' issues, the BJP said that they will waive off the loans when it comes to farmers, but did not specify any particular number in that. But when you talk about Mahavikas Aghadi, we see that there is a little more specification that is mentioned. There's a little more clarity over certain things. For example, they've talked about waiving off as much as 3 lakh, loans up to 3 lakh rupees for the farmers. And they also questioned that if the Bharatiya Janata Party indeed had to waive off loans, why did it not do it for all this while when it was in the power? Secondly, we're seeing that there's a clear difference between caste census on one side and skill census on the other side. Congress-led Mahavikas Aghadi has been pushing for caste census, not just here in the state, but across the country. And it has also found a mention here in this particular manifesto. Whereas on the other hand, the Bharatiya Janata Party has been talking about caste census as a divisive tool. Not just in the manifesto, but also in the several speeches or the rallies which have been addressed by Home Minister Amit Shah, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister in the state across this region. They've talked about how the Congress is at the forefront of dividing the Hindu community between different castes, and hence the slogan of "Hum ek hai to safe hai, ya katenge to batenge to katenge" comes in, right? And as a counter to that, the BJP has tried to put forth the skill census, where they said that they'll be looking at different ventures, they'll be looking at different sectors in the industry, and will be promoting people there on the basis of their skill. The Bharatiya Janata, the Congress Party's national president Mallikarjun Kharge, while talking about the allegations of Congress playing a divisive politics in the name of caste census, very clearly stated that the intention behind is not to divide, but it is to provide financial and other forms of help to all those people who've been deprived of all those kind of helps, assistance, either in monetary forms or in education or opportunities form since decades, if not centuries. And that is their defense for going ahead with something like caste census. Now we talk about the other issues. The entire manifesto of Mahavikas Aghadi, which is been termed as Maharashtra Nama, and that is another pointer, because on one hand we have Mahavikas Aghadi calling their manifesto Maharashtra Nama. On the other hand, we saw how Mr. Amit Shah in the morning and Devendra Fadnavis talked about how the entirety of Mahavikas Aghadi is working against the interest of Maharashtra. So both the sides are not just pitted against each other electorally, but are also trying to show the other side being anti this particular state, that is Maharashtra. And these are the certain, some of the fundamental differences when you talk about the manifestos, Sankalp Patra put forth by the Bharatiya Janata Party and Maharashtra Nama publicized by Mahavikas Aghadi.
All right, Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from Maharashtra there. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज।
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he has been campaigning in poll-bound Jharkhand, where he kick-started his campaign, the BJP's campaign in Jharkhand. He was in fact addressing a rally in Bokaro, where he invoked the Roti, Beti and Mati call ahead of the polls. Prime Minister Modi also in fact attacked the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha and says that the JMM snatched the basic rights of the people there.
मुट्ठी भर बालू के लिए तरस रहे हैं और इनके नेता बालू की तस्करी करके करोड़ों करोड़ों रुपए कमा रहे हैं। इनके पास से नोटों के पहाड़ निकल रहे हैं।
Meanwhile, another encounter has broken out in Kishtwar, this time in Jammu and Kashmir. This is the third encounter in Jammu and Kashmir in the last 24 hours. Now, 4 terrorists, they are said to be cornered at this point. This after Sopore, where an encounter has been taking place. This is another encounter that is taking place in Kishtwar now. 4 terrorists, remember, are behind killing of 2 the VDGs. They have been cornered. Their officer as well as a soldier has been injured in Kishtwar encounter as of now. And my colleague Nazir Masoodi joins us to get us more on this. Nazir, what are the latest details as far as this encounter is concerned?
Well, as far as Kishtwar encounter is concerned, a fierce gun battle is underway. Army, police and even the army paratroopers, special forces are involved in this operation. This is based on the information where these militants were operating, who are involved into the killing of 2 village defense guards few days back, Nazir Ahmed and Deepak Kumar, who were kidnapped by these terrorists and then killed in cold blood. So the forces have launched joint operation, but in the initial shootout, 3 troopers appear to have been injured. One of them is a junior commissioned officer, JCO. A senior police officer told me that 1 militant is believed to be killed, but unless the body is recovered, they cannot say it with full authority, and they will be waiting till the time the body is recovered. But 3 to 4 militants are believed to be who have been cornered in this operation, so the encounter is underway. But army has suffered these injuries in the initial shootout, where 3 troopers, including a JCO, have been injured. This encounter started at a time when the army and the police were engaged in another encounter in the outskirts of Srinagar in Zabarwan forest near the Nishat in Srinagar. This is always was a area completely seen as peaceful area, but in this forest this morning when the army and police were patrolling the area, these forest areas, there was an exchange of fire. Though there has not been fresh firing, but it appears militants have hid themselves somewhere. But this operation is underway to track down the militants.
Right, absolutely, Nazir. And, this recent spate of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, it is a major worry for the newly elected government as well, there as well. How are the authorities now looking at it, at these situations in the valley?
Well, whatever is happening is not because of some overnight activity or overnight development. Militants have well entrenched themselves in the mountains of the valley and in Jammu over the last 3 years. And we have seen series of attacks and incidents in Jammu, but there have been incidents in the valley. But if you see more than these attacks, there have been more encounters which were initiated by the police and the army in the valley. And in last 9 days, 8 militants have been killed in the valley by police and the army, which clearly shows they are very proactive. They are on an offensive to carry out these these operations against militants. But at the same time, this is a worry because we know there is elected government doesn't have a control over the law and order. It is being directly under the domain of this central government and the Lieutenant Governor. During his address to the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, Umar Abdullah has reiterated the commitment that his government, elected government, will firmly support, is firmly behind the security force and Jammu and Kashmir police, and the civilian government will be are supporting their efforts and will be firmly part of that anti-militancy operations in Jammu and Kashmir. The security force should not feel in any way they are fighting this fight alone, and the elected government is part of their fight.
All right, Nazir Masoodi, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from Jammu and Kashmir there. Meanwhile, in Delhi, the Hindu-Sikh Forum held protest after the Hindu temples were attacked in Canada. The protesters, they stopped at the Teen Murti Marg, where they toppled the police barricades. My colleague Anushka Garg has more details.
We're at the Haifa Chowk in central Delhi right now, where the Hindu-Sikh Global Forum is staging a protest against the attack on the temple, on the Hindu temple in Canada. Let me show you some visuals from here. We can see hundreds of people have gathered here to protest, regarding the whole attack that was, done in Canada on the Hindu temple. Let's go straight to the people. आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम इंद्रदीप कौर सोनिया है ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਹੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਨੇ ਇੰਨੀ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਸਭ ਧਰਮਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਚਾਇਆ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਮੰਦਿਰ ਤੋੜਿਆ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਨ ਸਕਦੀ ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਗਲਤ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਮੰਦਿਰ ਤੋੜ ਰਹੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਤੱਕ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਵਾਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਧਰਮਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਇਕਜੁੱਟ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਜੋ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਗਲਤ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਲकुल
आपका नाम क्या है सर?
मेरा नाम गुरमीत सिंह है।
क्या कुछ कहेंगे इस प्रोटेस्ट के बारे में?
देखो ऐसा है कि जो प्रचार किया जा रहा है कि अलगवाद ये वो, इसके लिए हम हिंदू सिख एकता के लिए हम यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करने आए हैं। हम हिंदू सिख सब इकट्ठे हैं। जो कोई ऐसे काम कुछ लोग करते हैं जो सिखों को बदनाम किया जाता है, ऐसा काम कुछ ना किया जाए। हम हिंदू सिख सदियों से इकट्ठे रहते आए हैं, सदियों में इकट्ठे रहेंगे। और जो ये काम हुआ है बाहर फॉरेन कंट्रियों में, हम उसका विरोध करते हैं।
आपका नाम क्या है सर?
मेरा गगन गांधी, मैं एसएस जोग हूँ, अपना बीजेपी सेल का 6 सेल का दिल्ली का। प्रोटेस्ट नहीं है, एक तरह का ये एक संदेश है, मैसेज है कि हिंदू सिख एकता शुरू से रही है और रहेगी। हमारे गुरुओं ने अपना बलिदान, अपने बच्चे सब कुछ वार दिया सिर्फ हिंदू संस्कृति को बचाने के लिए, हिंदू धर्म को बचाने के लिए। तो हम सिख उनके अगेंस्ट कैसे जा सकते हैं? बस ये मैसेज देने के लिए एगिटेशन है, वो समझाने के लिए एगिटेशन है, दैट्स ऑल।
We can clearly see a lot of protesters are gathered here holding placards in their hands. We can clearly see the placards. It is mentioned that the Indians will not tolerate the insult of temples in Canada.
Meanwhile, the ICC's planned November 11th event, which was to kick off the 2025 Champions Trophy and also mark the 100-day countdown, that event has been cancelled. This amidst uncertainty that is prevailing over India's participation in Pakistan. It is believed that the ICC had initially planned to announce and host an event marking the 100-day countdown to the Champions Trophy, but due to the complications in scheduling of the Champions Trophy, the ICC has now postponed this particular event. The BCCI's lack of government clearance in order to play in Pakistan and travel to Pakistan has now fueled speculation about a hybrid tournament model, which the ICC is currently thinking about. So the ICC has cancelled the Champions Trophy event. It is a key event that was supposed to happen on the 11th of November. That has been cancelled. The dispute over India matches, it still remains. India, remember, had refused to travel to Pakistan, and this particular event has been cancelled in the light of that. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Queen of Bollywood, the icon of Indian glamour, the ultimate global Desi girl, Kareena Kapoor Khan. From Poo's unstoppable sass to Geet's irrepressible joy they weave, Kareena's characters have captured hearts worldwide. With a career spanning over 2 decades, to be specific, 25 years, Kareena, she has proved to be a talent that knows no borders. As a true global Indian, Kareena effortlessly rocks a lehenga or a sari on the Cannes red carpet. She slays the Instagram game, I would say, with 10 million followers, 10 plus in fact, and still manages to make us laugh, cry with her unforgettable performances. Today, we are honored to have Kareena Kapoor Khan with us to share her inspiring journey, her take on global citizenship, and perhaps some secret to her fabulousness. Get ready for a session that's equal parts fun, fierce, and fabulous, just like Kareena Kapoor Khan. And as she says, मैं अपनी favorite हूँ. Kareena, welcome. Thank you so much. And welcome to NDTV and welcome to Delhi.
Ooh, thank you. Always, I was in fact, मैं परसों ही दिल्ली में ही थी, because we had gone to Pataudi for 3-4 days. It was our anniversary. Yes. So Delhi also always feels like home, and I love coming back. For
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
How many years?
झारखंड में घुसपैठ रोकने के लिए यहां भाजपा सरकार चाहिए। झारखंड की पहचान को बचाने के लिए यहां भाजपा सरकार चाहिए। नौजवानों को नौकरी मिले, महिलाओं को सुरक्षा मिले, इसके लिए यहां साथियों, आज आदिवासी, ओबीसी और दलितों की पहली पसंद भाजपा है, एनडीए है। जब अटल जी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली में भाजपा की सरकार बनी तो हमने झारखंड और छत्तीसगढ़ के नए राज्य बनाए। हमने जनजातीय समाज के लिए अलग मंत्रालय बनाया। 2014 में जब आपने मुझे सेवा का अवसर दिया, तब से अनेक ऐतिहासिक काम आपके कल्याण के लिए, आपके बच्चों के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए हम करते रहे हैं। मैं यहां देख रहा हूं एक छोटा बच्चा बढ़िया सा चित्र बना के लाया है और कब से उसके हाथ ऊपर है। देखिए 2-3 बेटियां बहुत बढ़िया बढ़िया चीजें बना के लाई है। मैं जरा सिक्योरिटी, अच्छा देखिए बच्चों, एक काम करेंगे मेरा, पीछे अपना नाम पता लिख दीजिए, मैं आपको चिट्ठी लिखूंगा। इसके पीछे अपना नाम पता लिख दीजिए, मैं इस पर जरूर आपको चिट्ठी लिखूंगा। आप इतने प्यार से इतने बढ़िया बढ़िया चित्र बना करके लाए हैं, संदेश लिख करके लाए हैं। मैं इसके लिए आपका बहुत आभारी हूं और मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत आशीर्वाद देता हूं। नाम पता लिख देना बेटे। बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। झारखंड के मेरे भाई बहनों, ये हमारी सरकार है जिसने धरती आबा बिरसा मुंडा के जन्म दिवस को जनजातीय गौरव दिवस घोषित किया है। इस बार तो उनकी 150वीं जन्म जयंती है। 15 नवंबर से आने वाले 1 साल तक हम देश के हर कोने में इसे जनजातीय गौरव के वर्ष के रूप में मनाने जा रहे हैं। हमने यहां की संतान परमवीर चक्र विजेता अल्बर्ट इक्का जी के नाम पर अंडमान में एक द्वीप का भी नाम रखा है। आज पूरी दुनिया से लोग वहां जाते हैं तो अल्बर्ट इक्का जी के शौर्य को नमन करते हैं। साथियों, राजनीति में आने से पहले मेरे जीवन का बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा मेरे आदिवासी भाई बहनों के बीच गुजरा। आदिवासी भाई बहनों की प्रतिभा, उनके परिश्रम, उनकी ईमानदारी, उनके नेतृत्व की क्षमता, इसे मैं भली भांति जानता हूं। मैं इसका कायल रहा हूं। यही वजह है कि आज भाजपा की सरकारों में बड़ी संख्या में आदिवासी मंत्री हैं। देश के अनेक राज्यों में राज्यपाल मेरे आदिवासी भाई बहन हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात, भाजपा एनडीए ने ही द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को देश की राष्ट्रपति बनाया है। लेकिन हमें ये नहीं भूलना है कि कांग्रेस का द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के साथ कैसा व्यवहार रहा है। कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया। आज भी कांग्रेस के लोग माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का अपमान करने से बाज नहीं आते। सच्चाई यही है कि कांग्रेस और उसके साथी आदिवासी संतानों को ऊंचाई पर देख ही नहीं सकते। यहां झारखंड में अभी जो हमारे चंपई सोरेन जी के साथ किया गया, वो भी इसी कांग्रेसी सोच का नतीजा है। साथियों, जेएमएम कांग्रेस ने झारखंड को हमेशा पिछड़ा रखा है, लेकिन भाजपा एनडीए ने झारखंड को देश के विकास से जुड़ी बड़ी बड़ी योजनाओं का केंद्र बनाया है। पहले दिल्ली से योजनाओं की शुरुआत होती थी। हमने झारखंड की भूमि से, धरती आबा की भूमि से देश के लिए अनेक बड़ी बड़ी योजनाओं की शुरुआत की है। हमने झारखंड में बिना गारंटी के ऋण देने वाली मुद्रा योजना दिल्ली से नहीं, दुमका से शुरू की थी। हमने 5 लाख रुपए के मुफ्त इलाज वाली आयुष्मान योजना दिल्ली से नहीं, बल्कि झारखंड से लॉन्च की। अब तो हमने हर परिवार के 70 वर्ष से ऊपर के सभी बुजुर्गों का भी मुफ्त इलाज शुरू कर दिया है। और मैं जो आप सबको कहता हूं, आप किसी भी समाज में पैदा हुए हो, कितनी ही आय हो, शहर के हो, गांव के हो, आपके परिवार में 70 साल की ऊपर के जो भी लोग हैं, आपके माता पिता, दादा दादी, नाना नानी, अगर उनको इलाज की जरूरत पड़े, आपको खर्च करने की चिंता नहीं रहेगी। ये उनका बेटा दिल्ली में बैठा है, वो करेगा। साथियों, पिछले साल 15 नवंबर को मैं धरती आबा बिरसा मुंडा के गांव उलीहातू गया था। मैं देश का पहला प्रधानमंत्री हूं जिसको ये अवसर मिला है। वहां हमने एक बहुत बड़ी योजना पीएम जन मन अभियान की शुरुआत की। ये अबू जमाड़िया, बैगा, बिरहोर, कमार, पहाड़ी कोरवा, भूंजिया, पंडो ऐसी छोटे छोटे समूह वाली जनजातियों के विकास के लिए जो सबसे पिछड़ी हुई है, किसी ने उनकी तरफ देखा नहीं, जिन्हें किसी ने नहीं पूछा, मोदी उनको पूजता है। पिछले महीने मैं हजारीबाग भी आया था। वहां से मैंने धरती आबा जनजातीय ग्राम उत्कर्ष अभियान की शुरुआत की। इससे गुमला, लोहदरगा, सिमडेगा सहित देश भर के 60,000 से अधिक गांवों का कायाकल्प होने वाला है। इन आदिवासी गांवों में भाजपा सरकार करीब 80,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करने वाली है। कहीं किसी को पक्का आवास मिलेगा, गांव की सड़कें अच्छी होगी, नालियां बनेगी, नहरें बनेगी, अच्छे स्कूल बनेंगे, अच्छे अस्पताल बनेंगे, यहां के बच्चों के लिए ट्रेनिंग सेंटर बनेंगे। ये आपके बच्चों का भविष्य बनाएगी, आपका भी भविष्य बनाएगी। साथियों, भाजपा एनडीए की सरकार सबका साथ, सबका विकास इस मूल मंत्र पर चल रही है। इसी रास्ते पर चलकर झारखंड विकसित होगा और भारत भी विकसित होगा। लेकिन जेएमएम कांग्रेस के इरादे कुछ अलग ही है। कांग्रेस जानती है कि आदिवासी, ओबीसी, दलित बाहुल्य वाले राज्यों में वो इसलिए खत्म हो गई क्योंकि